This is Raymond Etheridge, former NFL player with the San Diego Chargers and JHS high school grad 87. You're listening to Fighting Indians football on JHSsports.com.
Good evening, Tribe fans, and happy homecoming. We are back in the historic Tomato Bowl, downtown Jacksonville. Week 3, the Jacksonville Fighting Indians coming in at 1-1, taking on the Henderson Lions, ranked in the top 10 in Class 4A, coming in at 1-1. Aaron Swink, Todd Travis, Ryan Travis, and Matt Montgomery along with you. And Matt, the Indians looking to ride a wave of momentum that started in the second half last week in Palestine.
Well, it was 2 football games, as you'll hear Wayne Coleman and I talking about here in a few minutes on Smoke Signals at the top of the hour, sponsored by All Smiles. I mean, what a second half. I mean, you're down 20 at the half, and you just have the resilience to stay with it and just wait for that next play. And that game with 7 minutes to go, Palestine's go into score, and the guy jumps into the end zone and does a flip. Can't do that. They put it at the 20. Jacksonville gets a fumble, goes down, scores. It's tied. So I mean, it was a wild night in Palestine, and you got to hope that will carry over here on a rather busy week in Jacksonville. Every homecoming is always that way, a coach's nightmare, as I always call it, because the players are so involved with the homecoming festivities. You want them to focus on the game, but hey, that's part of the high school experience. It's a great night. Homecoming activities start at 7 p.m. at the top of the hour, and it's going to be a huge crowd here. And Wayne Coleman just had a chance to visit with him. He's rather excited. He loved what he saw, obviously, in the second half last week. 505 total yards for Jacksonville in that game, Aaron. They ran 81 plays, which is kind of surprising given the fact Palestine ran that wing T. So
yeah, we were talking on the way to Palestine last week. We were hoping Jacksonville would get about 25 or 30.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite amazing to have that many plays, but you sure don't want to spot somebody 41 points in the first half like Jacksonville did Palestine. This is the 81st meeting between Jacksonville and Henderson, the second longest series opponent that Jacksonville has. Last week's Palestine opponent, opponent at Palestine is the longest tenured opponent, and Henderson leads this all-time series 43-33, and there's been 4 ties. The first time they played, 1919. So this does go back a ways. Of course, just like Palestine, Henderson dropped down from 5A to 4A several years ago, so it's not a district game, but Wayne Coleman loves to play these close games. This is the Highway 79 East rivalry, and these two teams had a barn burner last year. Henderson won 28-22, close ball game. The last time Jacksonville beat Henderson was that triple overtime thriller in 2009 when Steve Wells was the coach over in Henderson. What a game that was. But Henderson took it on the chin last week, but let's face it, they played a great football team. In some polls, Carthage is number 1 in Class 4A. In other polls, it's Pleasant Grove, and that's who visited Henderson last week, defeating the Lions 40-7. But don't let that score fool you. It was a lot closer than 40-7, if you can imagine that, as Henderson had some turnovers there inside their red zone that had contributed to those Pleasant Grove points. This is a good Henderson football team. They went in that game last week, Aaron, ranked 8th in the state, and I still believe they are a top 10 team in Class 4A. So Jacksonville definitely has their work cut out for them. This is a better team than Palestine was last week.
They absolutely do, Matt, but Jacksonville has got some workhorses, as we saw last week. None bigger than the guy that has had a huge week as far as awards, Chris Carpenter. He's done it all.
11 catches, 280 yards. But what people forget, he recovered 2 onside kicks in the second half, stole 2 possessions, and what a great job by Santos Aguilar, one of the Jacksonville kickers, as Wayne Coleman likes to employ that double kicker on the kickoff. And, when you're down 41-21 at the half, you got to think about stealing possessions, and it worked out. And then Chris Carpenter intercepts a pass at the end of the game to seal it.
Yeah.
And, Aaron, that it was just announced yesterday that Chris Carpenter was the Ford Built Tough Player of the Week in Class 5A in the state of Texas.
Yeah.
He was hello, Hollis, how are you? He was the Player of the Week, and that's the first time that Jacksonville's had a Class 5A Player of the Week in the state of Texas, Chris Carpenter, the senior.
Yeah, that's a statewide award, of course, Matt. And then today, I don't know if you saw this, but he was also named the American State Bank East Texas Player of the Week.
Well, I saw that. I saw somebody there was another player from one of the smaller schools. I can't remember which school it was that got Player of the Week, and I went, oh, no way. And I looked at the guy's stats. He threw for 480 yards, 5 touchdowns. I mean, he deserved it.
Right.
But then Chris, those awards kind of bounce around like that. But
they do.
Henderson will definitely be double-teaming Chris Carpenter tonight. That's why I believe that the guys to watch tonight, Tyrese Gibson, you got to watch him tonight, because I really think that he's a guy that can step up and make plays. And, of course, Jalen Freeney, another guy that had 2 touchdown catches last week, 7 catches overall. He's another guy that Henderson's going to have to, they're going to have to watch for. And believe me, they will come in ready tonight to defend the pass. They will try to force Jacksonville to run the football, which they did well last week. Aaron Richardson had, 12 carries, 63 yards?
That's
Pretty
right.
Good game.
Yeah. Yeah, and, Matt, a game like Chris Carpenter had last week, you can think about a guy like that might come in kind of with a little bit of a big head. Well, don't worry about that with Chris Carpenter. Heard a great story today. My cousin is one of the mentors there at Central Baptist Church, and meets with a couple of guys on Wednesday nights. A couple of guys in his group are Chris Carpenter and Casey Kennedy.
Yeah.
Well, Casey Kennedy came in, looked at my cousin Barrett, who didn't know the stat line yet, and he looked at Chris and said, "Tell him what you did." And so Chris kind of almost reluctantly gives up his stat line. So he is definitely focused, doesn't have a big head. Great guy, great kid, and as we know, he's committed to the University of Colorado.
Yeah.
And they're getting a good one.
Hey, tell Barrett he needs to kind of perk up a little bit and listen to some stuff. I guess he's got that baby now. He's busy.
Yeah, that's it. That's what it is.
But he's like, who is you? What is your name? What have you done recently?
That's
well, he had a heck of a game. Say, Henderson brings a lot of fire to this ball game offensively. And before we get to Henderson, I want to remind our listeners that this part of our countdown to kickoff is sponsored by Andy Calcoat and Texas Farm Bureau. Andy's ready to help you with all your life, home, and auto insurance needs. Give Andy Calcoat a call. He can definitely help you with all of your insurance needs. The Henderson Lions coming in at 1-1, just like Jacksonville, and of course they destroyed White House, one of Jacksonville's 9 5A Division II district opponents, the first week to beat them 23-0. And people talk about how bad Carthage beat Jacksonville, and Jacksonville had 67 yards of total offense against Carthage. Well, hey, White House only had 70 yards of total offense on Henderson that first week. And we talk about first games being weird, but they made a few changes, and of course Phil Castle's the head coach at Henderson, has got a lot of experience. It was at Chapel Hill. He took Corsicana 4 deep in the playoffs earlier this decade. So he's a well-seasoned coach, and he's moved Caleb Medford, an absolute freakish athlete, to quarterback. Yeah, we saw him last year at receiver, some at running back, but he's their full-time quarterback now, and he is somebody that Jacksonville's going to definitely have to stop. He's a beast.
Yeah, and when Jacksonville and Henderson get together, Matt, as you said, this old rivalry, one of the oldest, they're always good games. You talked about last year being an absolute barn burner, and Jacksonville's going to have their work cut out for them, as you said, but I'd expect another good one here at Tomato Bowl. Homecoming, going to be a huge crowd, and Jacksonville, again, just riding that momentum. Expect a good one here.
Well, and like I said earlier, as far as the second half of that Palestine game, providing that momentum coming into this game, you want to carry that forward, obviously. But the other thing, Aaron, is you want to recognize that we don't want what happened in the first half last week to happen tonight. You don't want to get behind the 8 ball with a team like Henderson. Palestine shot themselves in the foot. They gave Jacksonville some breaks. Not that Jacksonville didn't earn it. The Fighting Indians had to make plays. But, they had the touchdown call back to Palestine. They had some untimely penalties. They got beat on some coverages in the second half. I just think that they got really tired, and Jacksonville was in better condition than Palestine was. Tonight, Henderson doesn't run as many people both ways as Palestine did last week. So that's going to be something that that may not favor Jacksonville as much. They're going to be playing a lot more fresh bodies in that third and fourth quarter than they were last week.
Yeah, Palestine visiting Rusk tonight. It's homecoming over in Rusk at Jim Swink Field. And, of course, working down in Rusk today, everybody was asking me, well, what can we expect from Palestine? And I said two things. Number one, an offense you won't see the rest of the year. And number two, lots of one-platoon football.
Yeah, I mean, when you have all your offensive linemen playing on the defensive line, that's going to be a problem. We won't see that tonight with Henderson. They have some big boys up front now. I mean, it's not Carthage size, but it's between Carthage and Palestine. And I think that what Jacksonville's got to do tonight, to me, Aaron, is if they can't get down, if Henderson comes out and takes Chris Carpenter out of their offense like Carthage did. If you remember that first game, that's what Carthage did. They did press coverage. They rolled the safety over the top. Chris Carpenter just had a hard time getting free that night, and the offense just kind of froze up. Can't do that. You're in week 3 now. Your other guys got to step up. You got to be able to run the ball and set up the pass instead of pass the ball and be forced to run.
And, Matt, of course, this is the final non-district game of the season. When you're in an 8-team district like Jacksonville is, obviously the bulk of the schedule are going to be the games that count. So you've got a little bit less time to get the pieces in place, if you will, in these games. And so it's do you think you feel a little bit rushed if you're Wayne Coleman in Jacksonville, or do you think you're right on schedule?
I think you're on schedule. I think the key thing for Jacksonville is not to get anybody hurt. Depth's a problem. I mean, it isn't like you have all these guys you can move up. The junior varsity right now is carrying about 26 players. And, the varsity's carrying a bulk of players that could play in the junior varsity, but you got to have some depth up on the varsity level. And so the thing is you got to stay healthy. That's the key right there for Jacksonville. I think they're right on schedule as far as what they want to do offensively. The one thing that I think they're really going to have to get better on, and hopefully it starts tonight, they got to get better tackling. I mean, we saw Jacksonville exposed last week defensively on tackling. Not that the kids weren't in position. I think the coaches have done a great job with their schemes defensively. Kenny Kennedy's defense, it's the actual execution of the tackle. We saw a lot of guys bouncing off players. They were in position to make the play, Aaron, and they just didn't wrap up and pull them down. They got to fix that definitely before district starts.
Yeah, when you play a team that's as highly ranked and rated and as Henderson is, your fundamentals have just got to be on point. You can't give them anything.
And, yeah, exactly. And as I said a minute ago, Henderson's a really good football team, even though who they played last week. They got beat 40-7, but that was the number 1 team in the state. Jacksonville knows something about that, playing Carthage. Now, physicality-wise, I would put Henderson between Palestine and Carthage. So it's not going to be I don't believe it's going to be as physical as the Carthage game. Those cats were on another level with all their D1 players. But I also think that Henderson's more physical than Palestine was last week. And if that's the case, you can't spot them those points like Jacksonville did Palestine last week. You've got to make sure that you control that so that you don't force yourself to come back in that second half and try to, it's not very often that you can outscore a team 28-7 in the second half, which that's what Jacksonville did last week against Palestine. Folks, this part of our countdown to kickoff sponsored by Andy Calcoat and Texas Farm Bureau. Andy's ready to help you with all your life, home, and auto insurance needs. Give Andy a call. He is right there to help you. Anything that pertains to your insurance needs, Andy Calcoat at Texas Farm Bureau. We want to thank Andy for sponsoring this part of our countdown to kickoff. Teams are still warming up. Actually, Jacksonville is leaving the field. Henderson's still warming up in the south end zone. As we mentioned a moment ago, it's homecoming. The crowd's here a little bit earlier than normal because festivities will be getting started here at 7 o'clock with the crowning of the homecoming queen, homecoming king, which, by the way, one of those participants is Chris Carpenter. He's had kind of a busy week, huh?
He has.
Yeah.
Why not add one more award?
Yeah. Wayne Coleman told me he's my homecoming king. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah, I was just thinking today, have a week, why don't you, Chris Carpenter?
Oh, wow. So Henderson now huddling up, about ready to get off the field as festivities will be getting going here in just a moment as we get ready for the Wayne Coleman, actually the smoke signal show Changed that this year. Sponsored by All Smiles Dentistry, Dr. Larry Folden, Brad Westbrook, and Dylan Rutherford. We want to thank them for sponsoring all of our conversations with head coach Wayne Coleman.
And hopefully he'll be all smiles all night.
Hopefully. He felt pretty good before the game, but you know Coach Coleman, he's a pretty cerebral guy.
Yes, he is.
And when it was so tense last week in that Palestine game and everybody was freaking out and Jacksonville scored, do you go for two? Do you kick the extra point? We were freaking out. We were like, no, Coach, don't. And he was just very calm, had his play called.
Yeah, you think we ought to go back and edit that out of last week, all the second guessing that was going on up here?
I told him. I said, Coach, I'm not going to lie. I mean, it's right there if you listen to it on our YouTube channel. And, by the way, fans, if you can hear the rebroadcast of these games, if the kids want to listen to it, they can go to our YouTube channel, jhs-sports.com. You can hear all the games, not only live, but it's right there to listen to them all archived for you. Anyway, I told Coach Coleman that we were doubting him, and he just kind of smiled, and he said, well, everybody was. And I said, you didn't have the right personnel in the game. He said, yeah, we had a kid that really wasn't supposed to be in there, but he did his job. And I said, there was 4 seconds on the play clock when the ball was snapped. He said, yep, I know it. I wasn't worried. He said, we knew that play was going to work.
He plays varsity football for Jacksonville High School.
So now the homecoming festivities getting underway. First introduced candidates out there include Chris Carpenter.
While at Jacksonville High School, he has also.
So, Aaron, do we have smoke signals?
So we have smoke signals ready to go, and let's send it now over to Ryan Travis, who will set that up for smoke signals, brought to you by All Smiles Dentistry. And here is Coach Wayne Coleman.
And playing video games.
Dr. Folden, Dr. Westbrook, Dr. Rutherford, and their dental team at All Smiles provide a wide range of dental services. This includes cleanings, fillings, crowns, bridges, implants, and cosmetic dental care. Call and schedule your appointment at 903-586-0741.
Welcome to Smoke Signals, everyone. I'm Matt Montgomery, along with head football coach and athletic director Wayne Coleman. Coach, you played 2 football games last Friday night. You had a first half and you had a second half, and my goodness, what resilience your team showed coming back like that, down 41-21 at the half, and you outscored them 28-7 in the second half to win it by 1.
Yeah, our kids showed their conditioning. Our kids never gave up. It was a hot and humid night. That played a factor in the game. And some halftime adjustments helped also.
You said that at the half you were going to go in and make some defensive adjustments. And, Coach, when I looked at the stats at the end of the game, you had over 500 yards of offense. You threw the ball, 52 times, and 81 plays. I just would not have thought that with the wing T offense Palestine ran. You just didn't think you were going to get that many shots.
No, you wouldn't expect to get to 80 plays in a game against a wing T offense. But, a lot of that was due to they had a big play offense, a lot of big runs against us, and then we were able to steal possessions from them. So they only ended up with 41 or 42 plays. We doubled them up play count, and that was big in the end.
You said going into the game with all the players they had going both ways, that might be a factor. Do you think that was what contributed to it? Because, your guys made plays, but it did seem like that your guys pushed a little bit harder, especially in that fourth quarter.
We were able to finish better than them. We were in a lot better shape. They had a lot of kids cramping up. And the momentum shift also was huge in the second half. You can play through the cramps a little easier when you're the team with all the momentum.
Going for 2. Talk about your thought process in making that decision.
I think every coach, if you've coached long enough, you've got certain 2-point plays that you're 99% sure this play is going to work, and we felt real good about ours, especially against the defense they were running, and it was just a situation where I didn't want to be in a deal where we were going to have to go back out on defense in a tied game and try to keep them from keeping the ball for 5 minutes and finishing the game out on us. So I wanted to take the lead right there and put the pressure on them.
And you stole 2 possessions to start that second half with 2 onside kicks, and you got both of them.
And what's crazy is Santos, as a freshman last year, was doing that regularly on Thursday nights. He's got a great touch on his onside kicks, so we've got a lot of confidence in him.
Lots of highlights for this ball game. 49-48, Jacksonville gets the win. Let's look at some of them right now. Here's Carpenter with a slant for 70. This looks like what we've seen.
Yeah, it's just like we practice it. I've had a lot of success on that with him.
And here's the next play, same play, other way. Very frustrating. You get the illegal lineman downfield.
Yeah, maybe a little slow getting the ball out. Our center trips and accidentally goes downfield.
And here's that onside, one of the onside kicks. Carpenter, boom.
Yeah, Santos does a great job on those.
Here's a tough run after the catch by Chris Carpenter. I think he's down right here. I thought he's going down, and he just fights through it.
Yeah, just great individual effort there. We're getting better on the offense line at blocking those screens, but Chris finished that play really strong.
And this was our congratulations play of the game. The hook and ladder, boom, works perfectly.
Again, great finish by Aaron Richardson. The kids executed when they had to.
Fumble recovery here, Justin.
Yeah, Griffin makes a big play there. I wish he would just fall on it, not try to pick that up. You're
going to score.
You're probably not going anywhere, Justin.
Here's Clater to Carpenter for the big first down conversion. Coach, that was huge. You had 8, I think I counted 8 fourth down conversions. Never heard of that.
Yeah, really big for us Friday night. And the kids, some nights you can't execute what you practice, and the other nights everything goes right.
And here's the 2-pointer to Casey.
Yeah, felt real good about that right there with the coverages that we've been seeing all night.
So Palestine with their back against the wall, and who else to seal the game? The player of the game, Chris Carpenter.
Great finish by him. Just puts an exclamation mark on that game for him.
11 catches, 260 yards. Patrick, as I said, threw 52 times, 380 yards, 4 touchdowns. But, Coach, with all the passing and throwing and everything, your running game really was effective the other night. Great game by Aaron carrying the ball, 63 yards.
Yeah, he made some tough runs. And there in the fourth quarter when you're just trying to, eat some clock up, it's really vital when you just got to get 2 or 3 first downs. And he did a great job on that.
How good does it feel to have a game like this where you preach and practice about finishing, about staying after it, and the game's not over, for that down 20 at the half to come back and win like that?
Sometimes you have to see it to believe it. And kids are just, they're like anybody else. I can tell them a lot of things, but until they see it happen, they don't know if they really believe it. So the game cannot be won in the first half, no matter what the score is in the first half. The game has to be finished in the fourth quarter. And now they believe it. And, there might be another time this year where we're down a couple touchdowns and we're not going to panic because we've been in this situation now.
You have a game like that, Coach, where the first game was obviously just a wash. It was tough to come back on the road against a rival like that and stay on the field with them. You got to feel good about the resiliency of your players.
I do. I feel good about our attitude. We, there was maybe a little grumbling, we got to make plays and that kind of stuff, but there's no negativity. And we went to the locker room, it was quiet. It wasn't anybody griping at each other. It was, okay, how are we going to fix this? And coaches did a great job of coming up with a different plan. And
there was no panic. When you're down 3 scores, you got to realize that they still had a lot of yards in the second half too. You just didn't fold. It was tied up, and they scored, got the penalty call back, and that would have been a 14-point swing in there in the fourth quarter with 7 minutes to go. You get the ball back on a fumble at the 20, and you drive down and get the score, and man, you're back in it. Yeah,
and it's you can handle physical mistakes, like the lineman downfield getting the touchdown call back. He wasn't trying to go downfield. He stumbles and trips and ends up downfield, and we get a touchdown call back. What you can't handle are the mental mistakes, like the touchdown they had called back. That was a totally mental mistake, totally avoidable for them. So as long as you're not beating yourself, then you've always got a chance, and that's what I like about this team right now.
Jacksonville gets the win 49-48. This week it's homecoming back at historic Tomato Bowl. Henderson comes in. Coach, this is a team that their first game, they just demolished one of your district teams, White House. White House only got 70 yards of total offense against Henderson. And then Henderson has to face Pleasant Grove, the #1 team in the state, if you're looking at whatever poll you're looking at between them and Carthage. Then they take it on the chin 40-7. This is a good Henderson football team, probably a top 10 team in 4A.
Oh, there's no doubt. They've got a great team, and they ran into a buzzsaw in Pleasant Grove last week. But no, they're definitely a top 10 team. Their quarterback is outstanding. I'm talking about one of the best players in East Texas, if not the state. We're going to really have our hands full stopping him. And then defensively, they run to the ball so well, and they run a lot of stunts. And they're very similar to Carthage defensively and the problems they present. So it's a big challenge for us, especially on homecoming week.
Yeah, all the activities and things going on, and coach's nightmare during his homecoming week with all the stuff going on and the focus. Yeah, Caleb Medford, I mean, it seems like this guy's been playing at Henderson for 10 years. He's the quarterback you're talking about, and just an athlete, a guy that you got to stop.
He is, and the thing about Caleb, he's like a four-sport athlete. He is just a well-rounded, good student, good athlete, great leader for Henderson High School. And he presents a big challenge for us.
Physically, watched some film on Henderson. Their defense, you said, they get to the football, Coach. They swarm, and they were in a similar situation that y'all were in last week when you played Palestine's wing T. That's kind of what Pleasant Grove does. And so that was interesting for them to try to stop that as well. But defensively, they do get to the ball.
They do, and they'll be more comfortable this week not playing the wing T. They were having to deal with the same issues we were having to deal with trying to stop a wing T offense last week. And they'll be more comfortable against our spread. That's something they're used to seeing. And we're going to have to be creative. Obviously, we're going to throw the football, and they know it. And so it'll be interesting to see how they decide to try to defend that.
What are the keys for your team to get the win?
Keep growing, keep focusing on the little things. We're not doing a lot of things to beat ourselves. Now, we didn't tackle very well. Palestine did a great job of running the wing T, but we got to make the other team earn everything they get. And if we call a stunt on defense, we got to run the stunt on defense. We can't be doing our own thing. All 11 guys have to work together defensively. And on offense, we got to protect our quarterback and give him time to throw because he can throw the ball really well. And we've got some receivers that can make plays. And we've got to keep spreading the ball around. We've got to be ready for them to double cover Carpenter. So we've got plans in place for that. So we are going to try to be creative on offense and keep the defense off balance.
Well, it's Jacksonville versus Henderson, another long-time rivalry at Tomato Bowl this Friday night, 7:30 kickoff. All the festivities for homecoming start at 7 o'clock. We'll be on the air on jhs-sports.com at 6:45. Hope to see you there. For head coach Wayne Coleman, I'm Matt Montgomery. We'll see you next time right here on Smoke Signals.
Dr. Folden, Dr. Westbrook, Dr. Rutherford, and their dental team at All Smiles provide a wide range of dental services. This includes cleanings, fillings, crowns, bridges, implants, and cosmetic dental care. Call and schedule your appointment at 903-586-0741.
Since 2004, Legends Old Time Burger Cafe has been the home of Jacksonville's best old-fashioned hamburgers. Hand-battered chicken strips, chicken fried steak, fries, and onion rings are the best around. Legends, home of Jacksonville's best old-fashioned hamburger.
Since 1953, Hubert Glass Oil has been serving East Texans the finest automotive fuels and lubricants. Hubert Glass Oil Company, the clear solution for your business.
Bill McRae Ford has been serving East Texans since 1976. They can help you find the best deal on a used car or if you're ready to purchase something new. Open Monday through Saturday. Bill McRae Ford. Come see us.
Dr. Darwin Dar and his staff at Dar Chiropractic specialize in family chiropractic care, exercise rehab, digital x-rays, nutrition and weight loss programs, decompression, and chiropractic wellness care. Located down the street from the Tomato Bowl, Dar Chiropractic. They can help you feel better.
trust and bank. You've known us all along.
Looking to buy or sell property in East Texas? Homes and Properties Realty can assist you with any and all of your real estate needs, whether homes, acreage, lake property, or commercial. Members of the Greater Tyler Association of Realtors, serving all of East Texas.
This is Pete Lamons, tight end for the Super Bowl III champion New York Jets and JHS class of 1961. Whew! You're listening to the Fighting Indian Football on JHS-sports.com.
That was Jacksonville Indian legend Pete Lamons, and we are back to the historic Tomato Bowl downtown Jacksonville. It is homecoming. The King and Queen have just been announced, and the King, Matt, who else this week? Chris Carpenter.
You know, I saw since 1952, Texas
This is
Farm
Pete
Bureau Insurance has
Lamons,
been
tight
protecting
end
their
for the Super
customers
Bowl
with life, auto,
III
and homeowners
champion New
insurance.
York
Call
Jets
Andy Calvin
and
of the Rusk office at
JHS class of
903-683-2576.
1961.
Andy's years of
You're
experience
listening to
will
the
help
Fighting
you find
Indian
the right
Football
coverage
on
for your family.
JHS-sports.com.
Queen in 2019 for
Yeah.
Jacksonville High School. Congratulations, Brandy Diaz and Chris Carpenter, the homecoming King and Queen. Folks, this part of our countdown to kickoff is sponsored by our good friends Gene Brumelo, class of 67, and his daughter Ann Farmer, class of 2006 of the South Jackson Dairy Queen. Appreciate Gene and Ann for their sponsorship for this part of our countdown to kickoff. And by the way, guys, Gene Brumelo is here tonight with the class of 67. They're having a what I call an off-year reunion.
Yeah.
52 years. And funny story, he told me, and it's too long to get into, but basically they didn't make the 50 or the 51, but they got the 52 done, and they are here tonight. The class of 1967 celebrating their 52nd high school graduation. How about that?
That's great. We are glad to have Gene, the class of 67. And if you haven't been to the South Jackson Dairy Queen in the last week or so, they have got a butterscotch dipped ice cream cone, Matt, that'll make you cheat on any diet you ever have been on.
Is that why you're going to CrossFit so much right now?
That's it. You got it.
So you can have that butterscotch
That's it.
from Dairy Queen?
I'm on the butterscotch plan. That's right.
I can't get past the Reese's Blizzard.
Yeah,
That's the one right there, buddy.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that is a catheterization waiting to happen.
So Jacksonville and Henderson getting ready to go here. The teams have made their way back into the locker rooms. The drill teams are out on the field. The tunnels are blown up, and we were just talking, Matt, about that Henderson tunnel. That's quite a piece of art over there. That is a big lion.
That's pretty impressive, man. I mean, it's got the teeth and everything in the lion, and he's about 30 feet tall and got the hands out with the claws out. Pretty impressive.
Of course,
Gotta give it to him.
Jacksonville has the headdress tunnel that they'll run through, and they'll actually be joined tonight by some guests. Matt, why don't you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, back in the Jacksonville Education Foundation had their annual Evening with the Stars on August the 5th, and they honored, as you know, Aaron, all the NFL stars as well as Micah Hoffpower, Major League Baseball player. Well, one of those NFL stars is Ray Etheridge. Ray is a class of 1987, and there was a bidding process for the ultimate fan, and Ray bid the highest. And so he is the ultimate Indian fan tonight, as winning the highest bid for the Jacksonville Education Foundation. Appreciate him so much for doing that. But here's what he gets. He's going to get to run through the tunnel he's got 6 of his teammates going to run through the tunnel. He gets to go out for the coin flip. I'm going to talk to him at the half and interview him. He's up there in the suite where you guys are to your left in the middle of the press box. And the ultimate Indian. He got parking passes, tickets. It's just a great thing, and I hope next year, if you want to bid on the Ultimate Indian Fan, you need to come to the Evening with the Stars next year that we do every year in August and bid on that. It's a fun night. So we will interview Ray Etheridge, class of 87, played 4 years in the NFL as a wide receiver, and when he was in Jacksonville, he was a defensive back. So he obviously got big, strong, and fast, and they moved him to wide receiver, and he had a heck of a career. So Indians now assembling in the north end of historic Tomato Bowl. Henderson on the far end. On the southeast side, as the renovations have separated the teams, as for years they would come out at the same spot, which I never liked, but nothing ever really happened. It was okay. So Fighting Indians are out first. Henderson still assembling themselves as we're just a few minutes from kickoff. What a beautiful night for football. It was 96 when I got here. It's supposed to cool down in the low 80s by the time we get out of here, so pretty excited about that because it's been a hot week.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the visitor side of the stadium as the Henderson High School band.
So you hear public address announcer Chip Pittman announcing that the Henderson High School band will play their school song. As Henderson has traveled a pretty good crowd, Matt.
They always do, and they always have an outstanding band. And I tell you, I'm kind of surprised, Darren. Their band's not as large as it has been in the past. Jacksonville's band looks almost twice as large, and it's uncharacteristic of Henderson. They usually have a lot more band members, but they are always loud and proud in Henderson with their band, as Jacksonville is under the tutelage of Donnie Barrier. And Jacksonville tonight I believe we have the Jacksonville High School Choir is going to sing the national anthem. So that's going to be nice to here in just a moment, as Henderson's now, as you said, playing their school song. Fighting Indians in the tunnel. They may have come out just a little bit too soon, maybe. I'm not. They're ready to go, and they're having to wait. Folks, you're listening to Countdown to Kickoff, sponsored by Gene Brumelo, class of 67, and his daughter Ann Farmer, class of 2006, of the South Jackson Street Dairy Queen. Appreciate Gene and Ann with their sponsorship of this part of our broadcast as we get ready for Jacksonville Henderson for the 81st meeting. These two schools first played in 1919. Henderson leads the series, as I said earlier, 43-33, and there have been 4 ties. The last time Jacksonville defeated Henderson, 2009, in a triple overtime thriller. Last year's game, 28-22, Henderson won that game over in Henderson. So as the Jacksonville High School band strikes up the school song, Aaron, let's listen in. Jacksonville High School band with the alma mater, and Todd Travis, I got to ask you about the Flamin' J, man. How about that gas? It's still kind of low over there. It's not flaming as much as a lot of people may want.
Yeah, Todd is.
He's not up here at the moment. He had to take a phone call.
Todd may be checking on the gas issue, but yeah, that's. Of course, we are under a burn ban, Matt, so that might have something to do with it.
But there's not a blade of grass within 50, 100 yards of here.
That's true. That's true. There's no grass in Tomato Bowl anymore.
I'm joking because that is a beautiful Flamin' J. I mean, you can see it well. I'm just joking because what we were just talking about the flames, we thought it was going to be more. Of course, guys, we like big flames coming out.
I think it is supposed to be a bit bigger.
So the Lions take the field first tonight in all white with red trim, silver helmets with the red H for Henderson.
Kind of a kaleidoscope of red and blue on their jersey tops on the shoulders. Of course, red and blue is the color of Henderson, and they've kind of bleed those into each other. It's kind of a cool kaleidoscope, if you will, look. Jacksonville, of course, and they're all blues tonight with that incredibly impressive feather dress helmet, as everybody talks about now in East Texas. Have you seen Jacksonville's helmets? Of course, this is about the 4th year or 5th year of them. So the word is out.
Yeah, we didn't have those when I was in high school. They would have been nice. Those things are really good.
Yeah, that's another Grace trailer project, like so many things in JISD.
Yes. So Jacksonville now waiting to come out as they play the intro video on the scoreboard, the big video board. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it is.
Very cool.
Very nice.
Waiting for the Fighting Indians to come out, and you'll know it.
And here comes the tribe.
Jacksonville Fighting Indians.
Indians in all blue, as you said, Matt. Gold numbers. The headdress helmets, they make their way to midfield. Flags flying, cheerleaders and charmers getting into it. We're almost ready to go.
What's up, Radar?
It is homecoming in Jacksonville.
Look at all these guys you got with them, man. Hey, how are y'all? Man, look at these guys. Y'all look like y'all might still be able to play, man.
So the Fighting Indians
All right.
getting ready to go. And
sorry, guys.
I don't know, Matt, so could we have a couple of subs there that could go if we need them?
I asked if they got any eligibility left. In case we,
Half a season.
That's right.
Anybody's listening from the UIL, we're just kidding. We're just joking here, folks.
Yeah, we're just kidding. Maybe a little. I like to sneak Ray in there. And just tell them it's Chris Carpenter because they're kind of close, actually. So we're getting ready for the playing of the national anthem by the Jacksonville High School Band. Actually, it's going to be the Jacksonville High School Choir who's going to be singing.
Remove your caps as we honor our country and those who protect our freedoms both at home and abroad. Tonight, the flags are being raised by members of the Boy Scout and Cub Scout Troop number 403. Please join the Jacksonville High School Fighting Indian Band under the direction of Mr. Donnie Barrier as they play our national anthem. Tonight, fans, the national anthem will be sung by the Jacksonville High School Choir.
Jacksonville High School Choir with the singing of the national anthem is a tradition at every homecoming. They come out to sing. The Jacksonville High School Band playing, of course. Jacksonville now will head to the center of the field. We'll walk with them here as they will have the toss of the coin. Ray Etheridge, as we mentioned, is going to be the toss of the coin for tonight. The Fighting Indians getting ready to walk out. As we're getting closer and closer to week 3, Jacksonville Henderson here at historic Tomato Bowl. Glad you're with us here on JHS-sports.com. Head to the middle of the field here. I'll put the mic in and we'll listen to the referee in the toss of the coin. Players are going to introduce themselves now. Kobe Anderson representing Jacksonville, along with APS, Alejandro Pena-Sanchez, the kicker, Corey McCullough, wide receiver, defensive back.
Got some good initials, Matt.
Toby Rackley, he'll be your umpire. You ready to play some football tonight? All right, we're going to keep it clean. All right, good sportsmanship, help each other off the ground. Sound good? All right, Henderson, you get to call the coin. Tails and heads. Tails and heads. Henderson,
Captains
call the
for
coin.
your Fighting Indians, number 9, Corion McCullough.
Henderson, you have won the toss. You want to defer your option to the second half?
And number 74.
Henderson won the toss, and they have elected to defer to the second half, so we'll see Jacksonville offensively to start the ball game. As the Fighting Indians will third week in a row, I believe the Indians will get the football to start the game. So, Ray Etheridge, class of '87, the winner of the Ultimate Indian Fan out there at midfield, played 4 years in the NFL. One of the NFL greats that was honored by the Jacksonville Education Foundation back in August. Had the highest bid for the Ultimate Indian Fan. We want to thank Ray for that donation. And he will be joining us on the Whataburger halftime report. We'll get him to tell his story. It's an interesting one, believe me, as Jacksonville will send Chris Carpenter and Jalen Freeney back for the kickoff, as we're getting closer and closer to this kickoff in Week 3 at historic Tomato Bowl homecoming. And Jacksonville, Chris Carpenter, your homecoming king. Brandy Diaz, your homecoming queen. As the celebrating is over and it's time to play some football. Folks, you're listening to Countdown to Kickoff, sponsored by our good friends Gene Brumbelow, class of 1967, and his daughter Ann Farmer, class of 2006, the South Jackson Street Dairy Queen. We want to thank Gene and Ann for their sponsorship of this part of our pregame activities. And, of course, Gene, we mentioned earlier, the class of 67 celebrating their 52nd high school reunion right here at Tomato Bowl. I'm looking up there. I can't spot they're sitting as a group, but I can't spot them. There's a big crowd here, guys, as you would expect on homecoming. Set to go, Jacksonville. Henderson, the Lions defer to the second half. They will be kicking off. And we're ready to go here. And with your play-by-play, here's Aaron Swink.
And it's a short kickoff to the far side of the field. They'll keep it away from Freeney and Carpenter. Richardson, though, comes down with it, cuts right, and he'll make his way to about the 30, where the Fighting Indians will start their drive. Check that. That's Gibson on the return. Tyrese Gibson. He could, as you said, Matt, he could have a busy night offensively.
He really could, and we'll see that here on this first offensive set, how Henderson defends the Built Ford Tough Player of the Week in the state of Texas for Class 5A, Chris Carpenter. His Fighting Indians will go double set left with Carpenter and Gibson split left, and Freeney split right. It's Aaron Richardson in the backfield with the junior quarterback, Patrick Clater of Jacksonville.
Clater will not go under center tonight. He'll hand it off to Richardson, and he's got room to run up the middle. He burst his way out to about the 41, so nice gain on the first carry of the night.
Yeah, what a nice block in there by the big sophomore Aiden Gay. And also Jeremy Singleton, that senior left guard who came across Gay's back right there. And, boy, nice footwork. Did you see the footwork there by Richardson dancing through there? He'll pick up 9 yards, 2nd and 1 at the Jacksonville 39 on the first play of the ballgame.
Same look this time for the Indians with 2 split right, as they will now hand off again to Richardson, and he will try to sweep out to the left side and got maybe a yard.
Yeah, he'll get the first down.
He got the first down, so that is the first Bill McCray Ford Built Ford Tough first down of the ball game.
Senior LaJavian Johnson, if I can get that out, for Henderson making the tackle. Another little nifty move by Richardson. You know, he was hung up a little bit in that Carthage game. He was kind of gimpy a little bit, and man, he picked it up last week, and he's off to the races on the first couple of plays. He gets 2 carries, a first down, pushes the ball out to the Jacksonville 41, first down Jacksonville.
Indians flip the formation again, 2 on the left this time, 1 on the right, man in motion, left to right. Clater fakes a handoff, drops the ball, and it looks like he's able to get back on it.
Well, he wanted to hand that football off to, it looked like Casey Kennedy. He was riding Casey, the H-back, and when he pulled it out, Clater, the Jacksonville quarterback, and he just lost the handle on it. And fortunately, it took a good bounce for him. Does lose 3 yards. It makes it 2nd and 13 for Jacksonville. Just a little bad exchange there.
So ball at the Jacksonville 38 on the right hash. 2 Indian receivers left, 1 to the right. Richardson stays in as the back with Clater. Clater takes the snap, drops back, got to flare it out left. It's caught as
Carpenter.
Some yardage is picked up by Carpenter, but then he is driven to the turf at about the 44.
Wayne Coleman is not happy. You would think he would be after that catch and run for about 7 yards for Carpenter to make it 3rd and 6, but Aaron Richardson was catching an earful there from head coach Wayne Coleman as he was not in the right spot. And, man, that was kind of an undressing right there, but he got his attention. And Richardson looks he's staying in the game. Hope he didn't beat him down too bad. 3rd down, 6 to go for Jacksonville at their own 45 on the opening drive of the ball game. No score.
2 Indian receivers split left, 1 right. This time Clater 3 steps, sets his feet, throws deep left side, incomplete over everybody.
It looked like the route stopped there, and it was Tyrese Gibson who just stopped running. Did you? He looked like he got hung up, but once he got hung up, he didn't fight through. He didn't do the swim move, and he just stopped running. I don't know. Incomplete. 4th down, 6 to go, and Wayne Coleman, who converted 8 fourth downs. 8 fourth downs last week. I've never heard of that. He's not going to go for it here. He's going to punt it with Chris Carpenter.
And Pedro Garza back deep to receive for Henderson. Just a wobbly punt.
Man.
Not a very good one, out of bounds here on the near side. They'll spot it at the, see where they stop this. Right at about the 40.
Oof. Chris Carpenter, that's the only thing that he has struggled with this year is punting the football. And this is his 3rd year to punt. And, of course, Wayne Coleman likes to angle it and keep it away from the return team. But he does want to get a little bit more than that. So here's Henderson with their outstanding quarterback, senior Caleb Medford. It seems like Medford has been there for 4 or 5 years at quarterback, but he's in the shotgun now for the Lions, their first possession with 8:30 remaining in the first.
2 receivers on the right side, 1 on the left. Now man in motion left to right, so they'll overload that side. As Medford takes a snap, he's going to run left, and he's got some room to run up the middle to midfield and into Indian territory before he's finally knocked down about the 48 with 1st down yardage.
Well, Medford is basically just a great high school running back that Phil Castles, the head coach, has put in at quarterback. And he just, saw it right there. He is a physical runner from that quarterback position, but he has a good arm too.
So now they'll go trips right, kind of a stack formation. A man in the backfield. Medford is going to hand it off. Lots of room to run. Cutting left now inside the 30, inside to about the 25, and finally pushed out of bounds is Kevin Fields, who was slippery there, and the Indians not able to get a hand on him.
Well, the Indians struggling on those first 2 offensive plays by Henderson up front, as Henderson just manhandling the Fighting Indians. That front of Carson Cleaver, Jordan Hicks, and Justin Griffin, that 3-down set right there, the first 2 plays, they just have not gotten any kind of push on Henderson's offensive line.
So 1st and 10, Henderson from the 25 now, 2 receivers each way as Medford hands off to Fields again, and this time
he's down.
They're not going to blow the whistle.
Oh, no!
And he's in to score.
Oh, my goodness.
Kevin Fields
Wait a minute.
to be down, Matt.
I mean, he tackled him and his rear end hit the ground. Oh, my goodness. He said his knee didn't hit the ground.
Wow.
His rear end came down and hit the ground. It doesn't matter that his knee didn't hit, sir. His rear hit the ground. He's down. Oh, man, did he miss the line judge, missed that call. Oh, touchdown, Henderson. They're on the board. 28-yard touchdown run. Here's the extra point.
Extra point attempts are brought to you by Homes and Properties Realty, and this one is no good. So with 7:46 to go in the first quarter, after a questionable call to say the least, it is now Henderson 6, Jacksonville nothing. We'll be back in about 45 seconds. You're listening to Fighting Indian Football on JHS-sports.com.
Dr. Folden, Dr. Westbrook, Dr. Rutherford, and their dental team at All Smiles provide a wide range of dental services. This includes cleanings, fillings, crowns, bridges, implants, and cosmetic dental care. Call and schedule your appointment at 903-586-0741.
Bill McRae Ford has been serving East Texans since 1976. They can help you find the best deal on a used car, or if you're ready to purchase something new. Open Monday through Saturday, Bill McRae Ford. Come see us.
If you walk through the Tomato Bowl, you've seen the beautiful large photos and arrowheads as well as signage around the stadium. Eric and Kathleen Stanfield can print large format images on metal, glass, and wood, and they do a lot more. Visit their showroom and see for yourself. Congratulations in Jacksonville, sponsors of the Play of the Game Award.
And we are back at the historic Tomato Bowl downtown Jacksonville. 7:46 to go first quarter. Henderson leading by a score of 6-0. With a quick strike first scoring drive summary, here's Todd Travis. Todd?
It was a 3-play drive, covered 60 yards, ending with a touchdown.
Well, allegedly.
And I just watched the replay, and for the second week in a row, I was wrong. It was a good call. He never hit the ground. He rolled on top of the Jacksonville defender. Here's the kickoff. Go get it.
It'll hit short and bounce toward the goal line, and it'll be down to just into the end zone for a touchback. That is dangerous, Matt.
You know, Jacksonville did a good job last week against Palestine on their kickoff receptions after a disastrous first week against Carthage, where they just kept dropping those Texas leaguers in there, and Jacksonville just let a lot of them bounce. They let that one bounce too. You can't let the ball hit the ground. You got to go get it. By the way, shout out to Reed Kerr listening to us up in Kentucky. Heard from Reed this last week. It was great to hear from him, former play-by-play guy for 3 years for the Fighting Indian broadcast. And Reed, if you're listening, man, we miss you, and keep listening.
1st and 10, Jacksonville. Ball in the 26, 2 receivers each way. Now man in motion right to left. Receiver gets the handoff.
Carpenter.
That's Carpenter. Looks on the jet sweep and not able to do much.
Yeah, it's Dalton Motaset all over Carpenter on the jet sweep as Carpenter comes in motion, takes the handoff. Loss of a yard on the play, 2nd down 11. Henderson 6, Jacksonville nothing. And if you're just joining us, it was a touchdown. I was wrong again. The guy, I saw the replay, his rear did not hit the ground. So Henderson does get the touchdown, but they missed the extra point.
So 2nd and 11 after the loss of a yard. Clater fakes a handoff, throws a slant.
Casey.
Got it, man, it's complete, rather, as
Kennedy.
He's upended his Kennedy at the 45. That's good for another Bill McRae Ford. Bill Ford tough first down.
Just an H-back release as Casey Kennedy gets beyond the linebacker zone and kind of squats in there underneath the safeties. And what a well-thrown ball. Touch pass by Patrick Clater, dropping it over the linebackers. And Casey Kennedy gets a Jacksonville first down out to the Fighting Indian 45.
2 Indian receivers on the left, 1 on the right for Clater this time. He'll hand it off to Richardson, who will go down, actually be driven back, and his forward progress stops. Then he's thrown to the turf.
Hey, blow the whistle. You got to stop, sir. Henderson just kept tackling him as Elijah Jones met Aaron Richardson in the hole. You know, Richardson started that little dance move, thought he was going to get by Jones, and Jones did a nice job stepping up. Loss of 1 on the play, 2nd down 11, 6-12 and counting in this first quarter here at historic Tomato Bowl. Henderson 6, Jacksonville nothing. The Lions scored on their opening drive, missed the extra point. This is Jacksonville's 2nd offensive possession. Timeout Jacksonville, Aaron.
So Wayne Coleman and his offense will talk it over. As they do, we'll step away for 45. You're listening to Fighting Indian Football on JHS-sports.com.
Since 1953, Hubert Glass Oil has been serving East Texans the finest automotive fuels and lubricants. Hubert Glass Oil Company, the clear solution for your business.
The honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich is delicious. It's got that barbecue flavor, the cheese melts on top with that Texas toast. You look at it, your mouth starts watering. It's my go-to sandwich. The honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich, that's my all-time favorite.
Hi, I'm Matt Montgomery. For the past 37 years, I've been helping people just like you get their financial ducks in a row. I'm a registered investment advisor and chartered financial consultant. We do portfolio management and comprehensive financial planning. Give me a call for a free consultation.
And we are back here at the historic Tomato Bowl. Jacksonville coming out of their timeout, 2nd and 11 at the Fighting Indian 45. As Matt, the Indians are looking to sustain a drive here after, boy, just a quick strike by Henderson.
Yeah, it was. It was 2 big plays, and they were in scoring position. See if Jacksonville can answer here on 2nd and 11.
So now
Patrick
Clater will keep as he fakes the handoff. He's got Bill McCray Ford, built Ford tough. First down yardage into Lion territory as they'll spot him at the Lion 44.
Hey, at the defensive end, Crater's on your running back. You pull it and you keep it. What a nice run by Patrick Clater. Haven't seen him do that much this year. Wayne Coleman hasn't really unleashed the running ability of Patrick Clater, but trust me, this kid's got some wheels. Last year in the junior varsity, he was a heck of a ball carrier. So for the last couple of weeks, that's really the first big carry Patrick had. He does get the first down in the Henderson territory for the first time at the 48 of the Lions for Jacksonville.
Now Clater takes a snap. Man in motion jet sweep's going to get it.
Oh!
And that is a late hit. Out of bounds. There's the flag.
Yep, good call. As the officials right there, they'll tack 15 on there. As
Carpenter
clearly
took the handoff and was pushed out of bounds and then took a shot into the bench.
And these benches are pretty close to the sidelines, and Henderson just shoved him into the bench. Fortunately, the athleticism of Chris Carpenter he was able to stop before he hit the bench. What a mental mistake by Henderson, because Carpenter was going out of bounds. I mean, he just said, I'm not going to go anywhere. I'm out of bounds, and they had him for no gain basically, and they shoved him. Not a good decision by Henderson. Indians will benefit from that. That'll push the football 15 yards down the field inside the 30. They'll mark it at the 29 of Henderson. First down, Jacksonville.
So 5:18 to go here, first quarter. Jacksonville driving just outside the Henderson red zone. Now the jet sweep man in motion, and now it's going to be a pass into the end zone. It's caught. Touchdown, Jacksonville.
Yeah, boy. It's Freeney.
That's a gadget play if I've ever seen one, Matt.
It's Freeney from Carpenter as Wayne Coleman, right before the snap, I don't know if you heard him through my microphone or not, but he said, Chris. And Chris Carpenter looked at him and he did this arcing thing with his arm, like arch that thing up high. And Jalen Freeney had to go up in the end zone there, and he was well covered. I mean, he had to go up and snatch that ball from the Henderson defensive back, the corner, Juarez. 6-6, and here's APS for Jacksonville to try to take the lead.
Extra points brought to you by Homes and Properties Realty. Pena Sanchez is up and good. So with 5:10 to go in the first quarter, our score now, Jacksonville 7 and Henderson 6. We'll be back in 45 seconds. You're listening to Fighting Indian Football on JHS-sports.com.
Gene Brumlow, class of 66, and his daughter Ann Farmer proudly support Jacksonville athletics. Come on over to the South Jackson Dairy Queen and get one of their world-famous blizzards. Dairy Queen, where happy tastes good.
Tonight's game statistics are sponsored by Randy Gorham, CPA. Randy Gorham, CPA, the source for your accounting and income tax needs since 1984. Since 2004, Legends Old Time Burger Cafe has been the home of Jacksonville's best old-fashioned hamburgers. Hand-battered chicken strips, chicken fried steak, fries, and onion rings are the best around. Legends, home of Jacksonville's best old-fashioned hamburger.
And we are back. The historic Tomato Bowl, downtown Jacksonville. Aaron Swink, Todd Travis, Ryan Travis, and Matt Montgomery with you here on JHS-sports.com. 5:10 to go first quarter. Jacksonville leading Henderson 7-6 with a Fighting Indian scoring drive summary. Here's Todd Travis once again. Todd?
It was a 6-play drive, covered 75 yards, ending with a touchdown, putting the Indians up 7-6.
Very nice to answer that Henderson touchdown with a 75-yard drive. Here's the kickoff.
And it's going to be popped up short, left side, caught by the up man, no fair catch, so he'll make his way out to the 35 where he gets dumped.
And Aaron, that's one of those guys that just got brought up this week, Dominic Hinojosa, a running back for the JV. I saw him go 93 yards against Palestine in the JV game last week from his running back position, but he has come up to help at outside linebacker, maybe a little running back, and you saw him on special teams right there with the big tackle first down, Henderson with their second possession. They'll start this drive at their own 36.
So Medford has 2 receivers split out right. He's got 1 man in the backfield with him. That's Fields. He gets the handoff to Fields. Good coverage, though, as he's knocked down.
Kevin Fields.
About a gain of about a yard, maybe.
Excuse me, Aaron, having a little hard time hearing you with that JHS band right there. What a heck of a job they're doing. But, yeah, Kevin Fields is their workhorse running back, and he's the guy that's toted the load for him from that running back position for the first couple of weeks of the season. Besides Medford, their quarterback, those are the 2 guys that you'll see handle the ball mainly out of the backfield for Henderson. Second down and 9 to go for Henderson.
So 2 receivers right again this time. As Medford is going to fling right. It's a screen. Jacksonville blows it up.
Wow.
Nothing doing.
Nice defensive effort. Wow. Jacksonville right there. It's Steven Gallegos, the 2-year starter, all-district last year. Got shook up in the first half last week in the Palestine game. Came on and ended up being our defensive player of the game last week. Our Austin Bank defensive player of the game. He blew that one up big time. The clock is running and the officials are trying to stop it. So let's see what they do here with the clock. It's going to be third down on the incompletion, third down and 9, as the official now will come over and try to get the clock straight. Looks like about 10 seconds.
Yeah, so put back 13 seconds.
Yep. Put back 13 seconds back on the clock. So now there's 12 minutes up there. Of course, former NCAA official Rodney Kelly on the clock here at historic Tomato Bowl. They're now waiting for the clock. There, he's got it 4:16. Nice job, Rodney, on the new scoreboard. Everybody's getting used to this, all the new technology here. So third down for Henderson at their own 37. They got a long 8 yards to go to get a first down.
They've got trips right. They've got 1 receiver left. Medford rolls right, looking, throwing that way. Wide open man for first down yardage. And finally pushed out inside the Jacksonville 45.
DeCorian Walton with the catch. And what a rope that time thrown by Medford. I told you, he's a very athletic quarterback. We saw his running ability in that first drive, and you saw right there, he's got a pretty good cannon too.
And they'll spot it right at the 45, but that's first down yardage.
Jacksonville's 45, yeah.
And so Medford now under some pressure, and the Indians let him get away.
No.
And Medford will take off up the middle and finally is knocked down, but not before he gets all the way to the Jacksonville 16-yard line.
Jordan Hicks, Carson Cleaver, both had their hands on Medford, and that's what he does. He's about 6'2", about 190, 195. He's a physical player. In fact, Carson was not in on that play. He's checking in now. But that was Jordan Hicks with his hands on him and just was unable to hang on. So first down Henderson, Jacksonville 10.
So 3:44 and counting. First quarter, Henderson threatening again. As Medford takes the snap, runs, spins away from 1, cuts back right, still got room to run. He could score, and he will.
Just, again, what did we talk about in pregame? We talked about tackling, and that was just miss after miss after miss on the tackle. No less than 4 Jacksonville players touched Medford on that play, and none of them brought him down. I mean, he is a physical runner, I'll give him that. But, guys, that's just whiffing on the tackle. You got to break down because he did a little 360 pirouette, boom, he loses 1. He comes back to the right, another guy just whiffs, and then he just blows through 2 guys in the secondary. Henderson on the board, 12-7, and Henderson keeps their offense on the field there, and they're going to go for 2.
Yeah, missing that first extra point, Matt. They're going to try to get it back here.
Wow.
And we'll blow this one dead.
Yeah, let's see what they're doing here.
It's going to be timeout.
It's going to be delay a game against Henderson.
Wow.
Yeah, didn't get it off in time, so they'll push it back. Now, Phil Castles, the head coach for Henderson, changes his mind, and he will send in his extra point unit. 12-7. Henderson takes the lead on the Medford run from 10. on just missed tackle after missed tackle. That's something that you just at this point of the season, you got to start locking that down. District starts in a couple of weeks down in Nacogdoches. So Henderson out to try to make it a 13-7 lead.
Extra points brought to you by Homes and Properties Realty all season. This one is good. So with 3:21 to go first quarter, our score now, Henderson 13 and Jacksonville 7. We'll be back in 45 seconds. You're listening to Fighting Indian Football on JHS-Sports.com.
Austin Bank. You've known us all along.
That 100% beef Whataburger takes 2 hands and all of your attention. So yeah, now's the time to sneak that fry. Good thing there's plenty to savor. Good thing there's Whataburger.
And we are back live. 3:21 to go first quarter here. Week 3 action. Henderson 13, Jacksonville 7 with a second Henderson scoring drive summary of the evening. Here's Todd Travis once again. Todd?
It was a 5-play drive, covered 63 yards, ending with a touchdown, putting the lines up 13-7.
Yeah, and Matt, like we said, fundamentals for the Indian defense.
Yeah, I mean, as I said earlier, Medford is a physical runner from his quarterback position, but guys, let's just call it like it is. That's just poor tackling by Jacksonville. Kenny Kennedy very frustrated, the defensive coordinator for the Fighting Indians. Here's the kickoff.
Kick on the way, fielded on the near side by the up man, who take it out over the 30.
Man, he was so close to stepping out of bounds right in front of me here, but he got an extra 11 yards out of it, did Casey Kennedy. Gutsy run. That'll give the Jacksonville Fighting Indians the football at just around the 30-yard line, their own 30. Actually, check that good spot, 33-yard line. So this game goes back and forth. Let's see if Jacksonville can answer. Indians got on the board with the option pass from Chris Carpenter, the wide receiver, took the pitch and hit Jalen Freeney in the end zone. 12-7 Henderson with 3:15 remaining here in this first quarter. Here's Jacksonville first down at their own 33.
Trips left, 1 right for the Indians now. Man in motion from that right side as Clater fakes a handoff to him and keeps up the middle. He goes out over the 40 to near the 45. That'll be close, and that is good for another Bill McCray Ford, Built Ford Tough first down.
Yeah, there's something that's working between the right tackle and, you know, Indians are doing a nice job kicking. That's Kobe Anderson, the 320-pound right guard for Jacksonville, and Marco Nunez, the 3-year starter at right tackle. Good reading by Clater, going right behind those guys on the zone read. First down, Fighting Indians. Football now pushed out to the Jacksonville 45.
They'll go trips left, 1 right this time. Will the Indians ball on the right hash? As Clater calls for it, takes the snap. Now he's going to fire left side and caught. Not much there.
Tyrese.
For Gibson.
No, it's Carpenter.
I'll check that is Carpenter on the far side.
3 and 8. Carpenter's number 3, Tyrese Gibson's number 8. On these blue uniforms there in Swink, they're kind of hard to tell sometimes.
Yeah, you know, we have the TV monitor here, but I have to turn, so I was trying to watch it live.
Well, physically, these two guys are pretty similar. Tyrese Gibson's a little bit shorter than Chris Carpenter, but they run very similar. So second down, as Gibson picks up about 4 yards. We'll call it second and a long 6, actually.
We'll go under 2 minutes here in the first quarter of play as Clater rolls to his right, going to look and going to throw deep for Gibson. Can he make the catch? He made the catch. Did he stay in bounds? No, he didn't, but what an incredible effort. Wow.
I don't, Patrick Clater, I mean, I don't blame him for throwing the ball where he did. The quarterback is supposed to throw it toward the sideline to keep it away from the safety coming over the top. There was no safety at that point because they came up to cover Freeney, and so it was one-on-one with a corner. Ball just goes out of bounds. It's a great catch by Tyrese Gibson for Jacksonville, but you said, Aaron, he just couldn't keep his feet in bounds. So third down, 7 to go now for Jacksonville. Football at their own 48-yard line.
Henderson showing some pressure here. And it looks like they might have jumped. And the ball's on the ground. Clater picks it back up, rolls to his right under all kinds of pressure, and you
got to have a penalty there
somewhere. He'll go down. There has to be a flag.
You got to have a penalty. There's no flag. That's got to be encroachment.
No flag on the play.
Well, Aiden Gay, the sophomore center for Jacksonville, did the right thing. He was a little slow. He should have snapped the ball when Henderson had jumped across. He didn't, and he snapped the ball, and Patrick Clater was looking at the sideline, and the ball hit Patrick right in the face mask. And he was fortunate that he was able to pick it up, but it's a loss of about 8 yards. And Carpenter now will come on to punt the ball, so that drive just blown up. I thought Henderson made contact when they came across the line of scrimmage. There's a good punt.
Carpenter with a good one this time. Will chase the return man inside the 20. He's cutting to the right side of the field now, though, and he finds quite a bit of room to run.
Yeah, that's a flag.
And now flags come in.
Yeah, that's targeting. You cannot do that.
As that hit, yeah.
Can't crack back block. And Henderson, you heard their crowd go, ooh, and that's a flag. You can do that if you want to, but that is not sportsmanlike. You cannot crack back like that. So, Aaron, we have an injured Jacksonville fighting
Carson Cleaver got a bad shot on that one.
Yeah, he sure did.
That's a bad one.
So we'll step away for at least 45 and come back. You're listening to Fighting Indian Football on JHS-sports.com.
Dr. Darwin Dar and his staff at Dar Chiropractic specialize in family chiropractic care, exercise rehab, digital x-rays, nutrition and weight loss programs, decompression, and chiropractic wellness care. Located down the street from the Tomato Bowl, Dar Chiropractic. They can help you feel better.
Did you know that homes and properties realty listings are advertised on hundreds of websites worldwide? Their agents can show you any property listed in beautiful East Texas and the surrounding area. Call them today.
Since 1952, Texas Farm Bureau Insurance has been protecting their customers with life, auto, and homeowners insurance. Call Andy Calcoat in the Rusk office at 903-683-2576. Andy's years of experience will help you find the right coverage for you and your family.
We are back as Carson Cleaver took the worst end of that shot, but he is making his way off under his own power. Good to see.
Well, you know, just a few years ago, if you remember, here at Tomato Bowl, his brother, Cash Cleaver, was playing receiver against Nacogdoches, and Brandon Jones playing for the University of Texas. And remember that north end zone hit, knocked Cash out. So now his brother takes a shot, but he walked off under his own power. His brother, Cash, was down a few years ago, a lot longer than that. Nevertheless, we're back to play now. With 38 seconds remaining in this first quarter, Henderson will have the ball after the penalty, the cheap shot on Cleaver, at their 15 first down.
They will overload the left side as they've got two receivers split out wide over here. And the handoff is to Fields running up the middle, and he makes his way all the way out near the Jacksonville 30. So he burst for first down yardage.
Yeah, it's Elijah Jones, the linebacker they put in at running back with that carry.
Check that.
And he'll check out. But he picks up pretty good gain right there. He'll get a first down out to the Lion 28-yard line as Jones comes in from playing linebacker for a pretty good run. Fields will check back in for Henderson at running back.
Now Medford takes a snap, looks left, fires. Got his man, but Jacksonville shuts it down.
It's Fuller with a catch for Henderson. But Jacksonville, as you said, had nice coverage right there. Caleb Clayton, fighting Indian corner, shuts him down. And Aaron, that's going to do it for the first quarter here at Tomato Bowl.
So after one here at Tomato Bowl, our score, Henderson 13, Jacksonville 7. We'll be back in 45 seconds as the teams change ends. You're listening to Jacksonville Fighting Indian Football on JHS-sports.com.
Come see us at Dairy Queen on South Jackson before or after every Fightin' Indian game to try our family favorites meal. Dairy Queen, where happy tastes good.
Bill McRae Ford has been serving East Texans since 1976. They can help you find the best deal on a used car or if you're ready to purchase something new. Open Monday through Saturday. Bill McRae Ford. Come see us.
Dr. Folden, Dr. Westbrook, Dr. Rutherford, and their dental team at All Smiles provide a wide range of dental services. This includes cleanings, fillings, crowns, bridges, implants, and cosmetic dental care. Call and schedule your appointment at 903-586-0741.
Welcome back to the historic Tomato Bowl, downtown Jacksonville. Getting ready to start the second quarter of play here. Glad you're with us on JHS-sports.com. Aaron Swink, Todd Travis, Ryan Travis, and Matt Montgomery along with you for Homecoming 2019. Second down and 5 for Henderson. Ball at the line, 32. Handoff this time to Kevin Fields. Gets out of one tackle, now cuts back left. Got lots of room to run into Jacksonville territory. He's finally pushed out on the far side. Forced out, but again, Matt, Jacksonville missing a tackle in the backfield.
I don't know what else to say about it. It's just they're just sliding off of the running back. It's like he has Crisco all over his jersey, and you get a hand on him, you get two hands on him, and you just fall off of him. Physically, Jacksonville isn't outmatched, but they're just not being physical enough on the tackle. Henderson's just getting away from him. You got to tackle better. There's no two ways about it. First down, Henderson.
All the way down to the Jacksonville 37 go the Lions, and so Medford will look to pass. Jacksonville brings some pressure. One-on-one, though. Toss to the far side. Caught, and that's a touchdown for the Lions.
It's going to be Fuller from 37 yards. Caleb Medford to Jaron Fuller as Caleb Clayton bit the fake, actually caught up with Fuller when the ball got there, but Fuller just ripped it away from Clayton and just said, "Get off of me," and backed into the end zone. So Henderson with the score pushes the lead out to 19-7 with 11:39 remaining in the second quarter.
Now they have their offense staying out there going for two, and not sure exactly what was going on there.
Well, it's going to be motion on Henderson. They had too many guys moving. And
yeah, they had a
Here comes the.
Looked like they had a lineman fall down. He was moving so much.
Well, that's the second time that Henderson's tried to go for two, and it just didn't work out. So now the extra point unit will come in to try to tackle on point number 20 for Henderson. As we're just underway in the second quarter, Henderson with a 37-yard touchdown pass. They've had two rushing touchdowns and now a passing touchdown. Medford to Fuller from 37. And here is Enrique Garcia for the extra point.
Low snap kick is on the way, and just barely. It's good. Extra point is brought to you by Homes and Properties Realty. And so with 11:39 to go here in the second quarter, our score now, Henderson 20, Jacksonville 7. We'll step away for 45 seconds and come back for more Fighting Indian football on JHS-sports.com.
Our one-of-a-kind mushroom Swiss burger is back.
And now it's an all-time favorite. You're going to love this burger. That au jus sauce on top.
The creamy au jus sauce.
Every bite's perfect.
It's not just a mushroom Swiss burger, it's a Whataburger mushroom Swiss burger.
Hi, I'm Matt Montgomery. For the past 37 years, I've been helping people just like you get their financial ducks in a row. I'm a registered investment advisor and chartered financial consultant. We do portfolio management and comprehensive financial planning. Give me a call for a free consultation.
If you walk through the Tomato Bowl, you've seen the beautiful large photos and arrowheads as well as signage around the stadium. Eric and Kathleen Stanfield can print large format images on metal, glass, and wood, and they do a lot more. Visit their showroom and see for yourself. Congratulations in Jacksonville, sponsors of the Play of the Game Award.
Welcome back to the historic Tomato Bowl, downtown Jacksonville. 20-7. Henderson Lions leading the Fighting Indians, and with the third Henderson scoring summary of the evening, here's Todd Travis once again. Todd?
It was a 4-play drive, covered 85 yards, ending with a touchdown, putting the Lions up 20-7.
85 yards, Matt.
It's bad tackling. No other way to call it. It looks like that one's going to go out of bounds.
That kick will go out of bounds on the far side, so that'll draw a flag. And so if you're the Fighting Indian offense, it goes without saying you need to score, but you need to do it not only to to keep the score close, Matt, but you got to kind of energize your team. You got to energize your defense. You got to pick them up a little bit.
And you got to get your defense off the field. I mean, there's been a couple of pretty good drives that Henderson's had. That one was a 37-yard touchdown, but you can see the defense just getting a little bit gassed here. Shades of last week. I mean, this is exactly what Jacksonville looked like in the first half. They jumped out, and it was 21-all with Palestine. And this score's a little bit different, but being 41-21 Palestine at the half, I know this is a totally different ball game, but you can't dig yourself a hole. I agree with you, Aaron. They need to score here.
So trips left, one right for the Indians. Handoff is to Richardson. Lots of room to run as he will barrel his way out near the 40 and close to first down yardage.
Nice job.
He'll have about 8.
Excuse me, Aaron. Nice job by Kobe Anderson and Singleton. Getting that block, that hole opened up. Boy, you could see it from where I'm standing here on the sidelines on the Jacksonville side. Gaping hole for Aaron Richardson. Picks up 7.
So Clater will send 2 wide to his right, 1 to his left. Now bring 1 from the right to the left on a jet sweep motion. Handoff, though, is to Richardson, and he'll dive ahead back around the original line of scrimmage, maybe a yard.
Yeah, that's all Richardson right there. He didn't have anywhere to go, and he had to do a hop, skip, and a jump just to get that yard. So it's 3rd down. Really big conversion here with 10:40, and you say, gosh, this early in the game, Matt, you're already saying this is a big play. It is. I think emotionally, you need to get this first down and not give the ball back to Henderson.
Slater's got 2 receivers left. Now he brings Gibson in motion left to right. Hands it off to Richardson. First down yardage, you bet, as he makes his way to the 45 for another Bill McRae Ford. Built Ford tough first down. And as you said, Matt, a very important one.
I tell you, Aaron Richardson has been running with authority ever since the second half started last week against Palestine. And again, in the Carthage game, don't judge him for that. He was not healthy. And boy, he has really picked it up since he's been healthy, starting last week. And boy, you're really seeing him give this Jacksonville offense that edge they need. They need to be able to run the football. Did it right there. Picks up a Jacksonville Bill McRae Ford first down.
So now the Indians at their 45 as we go under 10 minutes left here in the first half. Clater takes the snap, drops back, needs time to throw. He's got it. Going to heave it over the middle, incomplete.
And it's a good thing that Henderson tripped right there, number 15. Was Tobias Jackson, the sophomore. Wayne Coleman and Randall Kennedy finding him out there going after him. But tell you what, Jackson, he was step for step with Chris Carpenter, and had he not stumbled, I think you may have had a pick there by Jackson of Henderson. Thank goodness he did. Incomplete. I like the shot that they took downfield there, Aaron, after getting the first down. Didn't get it, but it's 2nd and 10 now. Football at the Jacksonville 45. 20 for Henderson, 7 for Jacksonville. 9:40 remaining in this first half.
Trips on the right, 1 on the left. Now man in motion right to left as there's some confusion, and 2 of the Indian receivers went in motion, and a flag will come in.
Week 3, you can't be seeing that kind of stuff in week 3. You had 2 guys in motion going the same direction, and Jacksonville.
Actually, they're going to give
him a timeout.
Yeah, they're going to give Jacksonville a timeout to save that penalty. And so, but yeah, you don't want to see that in week 3 with Nacogdoches waiting for the first district ball game in 2 weeks.
Yeah, and if I'm Phil Castles of Henderson, he's kind of got a beef right there because the flag came down on the turf, and then they blew the whistle for the timeout. So Jacksonville, I believe, caught a break right there, unless there's some new officiating rule that I don't know about. But they gave him the timeout after the penalty. Guys, I'm going to throw a little trivia out. This is not football trivia. This is lunar trivia.
Lunar trivia.
It's Friday the 13th.
Friday the 13th.
And there's a full moon. Look across there. You see the full moon there?
It's a harvest moon, I think, Matt.
When's the next time we're going to have a full moon on Friday the 13th? Can you tell me?
The next time. I'm going to say 2040.
Close.
Ryan?
You're close. Ryan?
It's 2045, 2050, something around there, I think.
49.
Todd says
2049.
Todd says 49.
Wow, cheater.
It's exactly right. August of 2049. 30 years
had a little
from now.
help from the school teacher here.
Yeah.
That's the next time.
There you go.
So there's my lunar trivia for the decade. Jacksonville looking at second down. We'll call it about 10.
Handoff, Richardson left side, and he turns the corner and he's shoved back violently after gaining a few.
Gets forward progress for about 3, so it's going to make it third down and long. And, of course, Jacksonville has a incredible passing game. Last week, Patrick Clater, 28 of 52 for 380 yards and 4 scores. Had a heck of a game throwing the football. He's going to need it right here on third down and 8. So far, Henderson has been defending Patrick's pass pretty well.
2 receivers each way.
Snap it.
And Henderson jumped, but again.
Golly.
Wow, no flag.
There was contact.
And so the play clock continues to run. Jacksonville's just going to have to go here.
Well, there's nothing happening. They can snap it plenty of time.
And they've got the snap off. Clater under pressure. Puts it up deep for Carpenter. And he's got it inside the 5. Wow.
Chris Carpenter with a big catch down to the 3-yard line of Henderson. Beat the corner, Pedro Garza, trying to cover him, and it was just a straight go route, and Patrick Clater just let her rip. 50 yards in the air down to the 4.
Indian coaches and Wayne Coleman there were pretty irate. They didn't get that penalty, but Clater said, don't worry, I got it. As you said, Matt, he had plenty of time, and boy, did he make it pay.
Yep, 4-yard line, first and goal, Jacksonville. Trying to
now,
answer.
Jet sweep motion left to right as Clater hands off.
Richardson.
Straight ahead, Richardson goes.
Got to the 1, they stopped him.
And he's pushed back right there at the 1.
So forward motion will take Aaron Richardson down to the 1. Good blocking on that right side. Kobe Anderson, Marco Nunez. Fighting Indians now looking at second and goal. Football just outside the 1. Henderson up 20-7. Indians trying to answer.
Indians looking to go quick. Low snap. Ball gets away. Picked up. And
golly.
Down he goes for a loss. Big loss.
Bad snap by the sophomore Aiden Gay.
Yeah, Richardson had to pick that one up.
Yeah, Gay just lost. He just didn't get a good snap. I mean, it was like a ground ball to the shortstop, and it got through the legs there. And as you said, Aaron Richardson scooped it up, but he lost yardage about 8. So it's third and goal all the way back to the 9 of Henderson. Goodness, you don't want to waste this here.
2 left, 1 right. Carpenter outside left. Now Gibson in motion from the slot on the left as Clater will fling it to the end zone and incomplete out of the end zone.
I do not like the fade route.
Yeah, that's not a...
It is a low probability completion.
Yeah, not only is it a low probability, Matt, we talked about this when the field was constructed here.
Yeah.
That is a tight corner over there.
It is. It's like nobody wants to run into that corner, but I don't want to give you the numbers on the fade route maybe someday, but the statistics are quite low that those are completed. Now, if you got Larry Fitzgerald going up, then yeah. So it's fourth and goal at the 9 of Henderson, and the Fighting Indians are going to call timeout right here. They're second with 7:05 remaining in the second quarter.
They were set to go, so we'll see what Wayne Coleman and his Indians can cook up here. We'll step away for 45 seconds. You're listening to Fighting Indian Football on JHS-Sports.com.
Tonight's game statistics are sponsored by Randy Gorham, CPA. Randy Gorham, CPA, the source for your accounting and income tax needs since 1984.
Homes and Properties Realty agents work hard for you to offer a full-service experience. They pride themselves on giving both buyers and sellers the representation they deserve and are ready to serve you today.
Since 2004, Legends Old Time Burger Cafe has been the home of Jacksonville's best old-fashioned hamburgers. Hand-battered chicken strips, chicken fried steak, fries, and onion rings are the best around. Legends, home of Jacksonville's best old-fashioned hamburger.
And we are back live at the Tomato Bowl here in downtown Jacksonville. The Indians need a big fourth down conversion. They've gotten it all the way down to the goal-to-go situation thanks to Chris Carpenter hauling in the deep Patrick Clater pass, Matt, but some miscues, and now the Indians find themselves 4th and goal.
Well, you watch Casey Kennedy here as H-back. He caught the 2-point conversion on the throwback. Maybe something like that, perhaps. Here we go.
So 2 receivers left, 1 on the right for Clater. Clater takes the snap. They're going to fire it. Slant left side, touchdown, Jacksonville.
Chris Carpenter.
Who else?
That is why he is that Ford Player of the Week in Class 5A. He just went up and snatched that ball out of the air, but, give credit to Patrick Clater. He threw that on a line. Beautiful split, the linebacker and the safety. And Chris Carpenter, who caught the ball originally and got it down to the 3 and then had all kinds of problems that pushed it to the 9. He just needed more space. He wanted more yardage. That's all it was. Here's APS with Clater to hold to try to close the gap to 20-14.
Extra points brought to you by Homes and Properties Realty. Pena Sanchez kick is up and good. So with 6:58 to go here in the first half, our score now, Henderson 20, Jacksonville 14. We'll be back in 45 seconds. You're listening to Fighting Indian Football on JHS-sports.com.
Dr. Darwin Dar and his staff at Dar Chiropractic specialize in family chiropractic care, exercise rehab, digital x-rays, nutrition and weight loss programs, decompression, and chiropractic wellness care. Located down the street from the Tomato Bowl, Dar Chiropractic. They can help you feel better. Since 1953, Huber Glass Oil has been serving East Texans the finest automotive fuels and lubricants. Huber Glass Oil Company, the clear solution for your business.
Since 1952, Texas Farm Bureau Insurance has been protecting their customers with life, auto, and homeowners insurance. Call Andy Calcoat in the Rusk office at 903-683-2576. Andy's years of experience will help you find the right coverage for you and your family.
Welcome back to the historic Tomato Bowl, downtown Jacksonville. 6:58 to go first half. Our score now, Henderson 20 and Jacksonville 14 after a very impressive scoring drive. And for the summary, here's Todd Travis. Todd, how about that march?
It was a 10-play drive, covered 70 yards, ending with a touchdown, making the score Indians 14, Lions 20.
And it was a very important touchdown. We talked about that earlier. Now your defense, if you can get a stop right here, you can get your swagger back. If Henderson goes down and says, onside kick.
Onside kick, near side.
Oh, no.
And it's going to be fielded by Henderson.
Close. Wow. That ball went right by Chris Carpenter.
Sure did.
Oh, boy, Wayne Coleman. I tell you, man, the guy is a riverboat gambler.
Yeah, he is.
Wow. Got 2 of those last week. And when you got a guy like APS and Santos Aguilar, he was the special teams player of the week, by the way, because of those 2 onside kicks last week against Palestine. And that time it was APS doing the honors, and boy, he almost snuck that one to Chris again. But Henderson caught that on the fly. I thought he was going to score. APS is the one that made the tackle.
Caleb Medford brings the lines out. He's got 2 on his left, 1 on his right. He'll hand it off. Left side running. Lots of room to run. First
Bussey.
Down yardage for Bussey over there, number 16.
Well, that was a good hide the ball play as the Indians froze just a moment. Caleb Medford really sold that well. He gave the ball to Bussey, but Medford tucked his arms down and took off full speed. And that just, the linebackers for Jacksonville, Aaron Richardson had to pause just for a moment, and that enabled Bussey to get up the field to the Jacksonville 28, first down.
So now 2 line receivers right, 1 left. Medford claps, calls for the ball, and he's going to run it himself up the middle.
Nice tackle.
And Jacksonville, nice there as they, and Bryson Tatum is back.
Oh, man, that's Bryson Tatum. That is what we've been missing. Jacksonville's been missing as Tatum, the junior, started last year as a sophomore, made all district. Has had a bum ankle for the last couple of weeks, only played about 10 plays last week. That was a nice tackle. Gain of about 5, though, for Medford, 2nd and 5.
So now Medford will hand off. And out to about the 20 they'll go.
Number 33, Elijah Jones, the ball carrier.
So Jones with the carry gives the Lions a 3rd down 1 now, 5:40 and counting. Boy, guys, how important is it for Jacksonville defensively to get a stop here? I mean, even if you just give up a field goal here, that's still, after the onside kick failure, that wouldn't be so bad right here.
Yeah, that's a small victory. Two Lion receivers left side, one right. Medford looking left, throw, and incomplete.
Thrown behind his receiver, DeCorian Walton, who already has one catch tonight from Medford. Not a good throw, so it's 4th and 1. Phil Castles will keep his offense on the field here in 4-down territory as the Lions just outside the Jacksonville red zone, just outside that 20-yard line, and they'll keep their offense and going for it here.
It's Medford with, is that Fields in the backfield, or is that's going to be that linebacker, as Medford will keep it, and he will look to have first down yardage.
Boy, he's very close. I'll tell you, good tackle by Jacksonville's number 33 right there, Avante Holloway. And let's see the call. It is going to be a first down, Aaron.
That was Tatum again.
Oh, Tatum and Avante. Looked like Avante got low, and then here came Tatum to finish off the quarterback, Medford of Henderson, but not before forward progress got Medford the first down to the Jacksonville 19-yard line, 5 minutes and counting now in this first half, 20-14. Henderson with the lead and knocking at the Jacksonville door again.
Two receivers left, one right this time. Handoff, stretch play, left side, bouncing off a tackle.
Got a tackle!
And this could be another score. He'll be pushed out, just short of the end zone.
Oh, my goodness.
But that is the Cameron Walker who just bounced off Indians.
I mean, it's one thing to hit a guy in the mouth and, get excited about the big pop. You got to wrap up, man. Walker, little bitty guy. He just bounced right off two fighting Indians and kept his feet moving. Breaks out of those pops right there. I'm not even going to call them tackles. He didn't break out of a tackle. The Indians didn't wrap up. He gets to the 1, 1st and goal.
So Medford brings the Lions back. The line hands it off. That's a touchdown.
It's Walker from
Straight
1.
up the middle. Walker walks in.
So the Lions answer the Jacksonville touchdown after the fighting Indians and got to within one score. Now it's back to a 2-score Henderson lead, 26-14, with 4:38 remaining. And Enrique Garza will come in for Henderson out of the hold of Adam Fisher to try to tack on point 27 for the Lions. As Phil Castles says, basically just giving up. He tried to go for 2 the last 2 times. He went, let's just kick it.
Extra points brought to you by Homes and Properties Realty. And this one is good. So with 4:38 to go now until halftime, our score, Henderson 27, Jacksonville 14. We'll be back in 45 seconds. You're listening to Fighting Indian Football on JHS-sports.com.
Dr. Folden, Dr. Westbrook, Dr. Rutherford, and their dental team at All Smiles provide a wide range of dental services. This includes cleanings, fillings, crowns, bridges, implants, and cosmetic dental care. Call and schedule your appointment at 903-586-0741.
Bill McRae Ford has been serving East Texans since 1976. They can help you find the best deal on a used car or if you're ready to purchase something new. Open Monday through Saturday. Bill McRae Ford. Come see us.
If you walk through the Tomato Bowl, you've seen the beautiful large photos and arrowheads as well as signage around the stadium. Eric and Kathleen Stanfield can print large format images on metal, glass, and wood, and they do a lot more. Visit their showroom and see for yourself. Congratulations in Jacksonville, sponsors of the Play of the Game Award.
And we are back. We're just talking about Ray Etheridge being recognized now on the scoreboard, and hey, he's sitting right here next to us, Matt, in the blue and gold suite. And you're right, Ray looks like he could still go.
Oh man, yeah, he's a lean 38-year-old guy, I'm telling you. Wait, 48, 48, excuse me, 48.
I think he's 50, Matt.
Is he 50?
He looks closer to 38.
Well, he graduated in 87, so he's closer to 50. Henderson kicking off to Jacksonville, short kick, better go get it.
Fair catch. This time at about the 28 is
Casey.
made. That's Kennedy over there.
By number 7, Casey Kennedy.
So Ray Etheridge will be our Whataburger halftime interview. The ultimate fan is Ray. It's been 4 years in the NFL. 3rd round pick of the San Diego Chargers. And
he was on the the Chargers. He was with the Chargers the year they went to the Super Bowl, lost to the 49ers.
Yep.
Natron Means was their star that year.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Actually had a chance to talk to Ray a few months ago, and he told me all about that.
Yeah.
Sounded like he got some He's got some great stories.
Yeah,
we'll hear some of those.
We'll talk to him at the half about some of those. Here's Jacksonville, first down at their own 28.
Trips left, one right. This time, though, handoff is to Richardson up the middle. He goes out to about the 32.
So a moment ago, on this previous to the Henderson touchdown and Jacksonville's touchdown, we talked about how important it was for Jacksonville to answer.
That's right.
Well, here we are in the same situation. You're down 2 scores with 4:20.
Well,
and
I'll tell you, if you got Chris Carpenter, you can probably answer. I got a text from my wife in attendance tonight with our 6-year-old daughter, and when Jacksonville called that timeout, Lilia asked, "Timeout? Are they in trouble?" And I said, and then Chris Carpenter scores, and so my response is, not with Chris Carpenter, they're not.
Ah, good one. Zone read keep.
Up the middle goes Clater. He spun down out over the 35. Actually, they'll spot him right there. So, yeah.
Yeah, from the mouths of babes.
6-year-olds don't like timeouts, but, hey, if they lead to Chris Carpenter touchdowns, I'll take them.
Tell you what, if they don't start tackling better, Kenny Kennedy's going to have several defenders in timeout.
Right you are, Matt.
So the zone read by Clater successful for about 3 yards. It's third down, a makeable 4. That'll push the football out to the Jacksonville 35 for this Jacksonville offense. Henderson leading 27-14, 3:20 and counting in this first half.
Trips right, one left for the Indians. This time now man in motion right to left is that Freeney there,
Freeney.
Matt? He gets the handoff and he'll come around the left end and get near the sticks.
Looks like he got it. Let's see the call here. Wait a minute.
May have him just short.
The way the lineman on the other end. Okay, he's just on the outside of it. Let's measure that thing, fellas, and make sure. Give Jacksonville a chance to get their fourth down call ready. If not, because last week Wayne Coleman converted 4. Oh, excuse me, I keep saying that. 8 fourth down conversions.
It's just because that's so out of the ordinary. I mean, 8 fourth down conversions?
I mean, if I said 4 fourth down conversions, you'd say, wow. It was 8.
108 left in the
so
second quarter. White House 8.
Bringing the chains out.
15.
So they'll bring the chains out and measure. Fans will have our Whataburger halftime report here in a few minutes. Stay with us. Todd will be along with the statistics sponsored by Randy Gorham, CPA. We'll talk with head coach Wayne Coleman and get his comments before he enters the locker room. That interview sponsored by All Smiles. And, of course, we said we'll have our interview with Ray Etheridge. And don't forget the Jacksonville High School Band, Cherokee Charmers.
Just short.
We won't forget about them.
This game is brought to you by the
Good call, Todd. It is going to be a little short. So when you're short like that, this is where I've always liked the quarterback being under center to where he can just pop through there and get the first down and not have to worry about getting trapped back there. Coaches, I say that, and the coaches today that run that spread, they just look at me like, what are you talking about? You're closer to the line. You can push through. Just shove it through. That's what I'm talking about. I'm too old school, Aaron.
So 4th and 1. Lance Angel might consider that.
Yeah.
With his 1970s offense that he ran last week.
So 4th down, and the Indians going for it here. Tight set with that Richardson that looked like the blocking back.
So Clater calls for it. He's going to take it himself. He's got it. First down yardage and a whole lot more as he's just over midfield.
Oh, wow. Throw the penalty. Thank you.
And the flag comes in.
So they're going to attack 15 on for that because Kobe Anderson, the Jacksonville offensive lineman, had his helmet ripped off by Henderson's number 16, Jacoby Bussey. Just reached in there and just ripped off the helmet. So he should be able to stay in the game, and he does. If you lose your helmet, you got to come out unless the other team rips it off. And that is why I actually checked that. It's number 45, Micah Dudley, who is checking out of the ball game. He's the one that committed the penalty. Let's see if I'm right or wrong here. I'm usually wrong.
After the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct, number 45 of the defense.
Well, what do you know? I got it right. It's LaJavian Johnson. I had the number right and the name wrong.
There you go.
I was focused on Micah Dudley. You remember Ricky Dudley?
Yeah.
Wow. Henderson, great. Went to Ohio State, played in the NFL. I wonder if there's a relationship there. So Jacksonville gets the benefit of the helmet rip-off of Kobe Anderson, and that'll move the football all the way to the Henderson 35-yard line. First down, 238, and counting.
Two receivers right, one left. Richardson the back on the right side of Clater. Now man in motion right side slot to the left, the handoff. Is this a reverse? It's Carpenter coming to the right side.
No go.
But Henderson stayed home. Nothing there.
Well, they saw that last week, and he burned, Palestine did, Chris Carpenter on that reverse, and boy, they sniffed it out, did Henderson. Jacoby Bussey all over that. Big loss, not too big, 2nd and 15 now, loss of 5. And boy, they really hit Clater after he tossed that ball to Carpenter. So Henderson did some nice scouting of that play this week. So I show a timeout on the scoreboard for Jacksonville. I thought they had burned all 3, but apparently they have not. So with the play clock at 8, you got to go. Got to hurry here.
5 showing now. They're just now coming to the line. 3, 2, 1. Got to go. They got it off. So Clater going to load up, take a shot. Left side. He's looking for Freeney.
Yeah,
Flag
they got him.
Flies. Check that. That's Carpenter over there,
yeah,
who was all tangled up by Lions.
Sorry, Aaron, stumbling all over you there, but, it's a pass interference call. You called it on Henderson. Very clear. The flag came out. And so Jacksonville's going to get an automatic first down. I don't know if it's an interference or holding. Either way, it's going to be an automatic first down. Stop the clock with 1:33 to go. And it's from the line of scrimmage in high school now, not at the spot where it used to be. So that should put it at the 25 of Henderson, I believe. They call it interference, and they've got Garza, who's been getting quite picked on tonight by Chris Carpenter, and they kind of had a little tussle a moment ago. Now Garza's making his case to the official. What did I do? Explain it to me. And Carpenter's just shaking his head saying, you can't hold me. You can't hold me, is what he just said. In more ways than one. So the football is at the 25, the 10-yard penalty. Stops the clock, as I said, with 1:33. So Jacksonville threatening now. First down. Can you answer in this back-and-forth game with Henderson leading 27-14 here in the second, late in the second?
2 Indian receivers left, 1 right. Clater drops back, loads up, looks right, fires.
Freeney!
Caught Freeney inside the 5.
What a catch, what a throw. Boy, did you see the ball placement by Patrick Clater, the junior quarterback?
On him where only Freeney could get it.
That's exactly right, Aaron. You throw it away from the corner, almost a back shoulder throw, but Freeney didn't have to turn around for it. He just kind of faced the sideline and boom, right there. Catches it and goes out of bounds at the Henderson 4. First down, 21-yard gain.
So Gibson and Carpenter to the near side. Freeney split out wide right. And Richardson in the backfield with Clater on his right side. Now, man in motion, Gibson left to right. Handoff, Richardson, straight ahead he goes.
To the 1.
To the line, and he's down at the 1. Good spot, Matt.
So 120 and counting. Actually, his knee must have gone down. He's going to have about, not quite at the 2-yard line, inside between the 1 and the 2. Clock continues to run with 1:10, plenty of time here. And again, I don't know. I think Todd Travis is right. I think Jacksonville doesn't have any timeouts. They do show 1 on the scoreboard, but we counted 3. So under a minute now, the Indians taking their time with 12 on the play clock.
Now Gibson in motion again, left to right. Richardson, handoff
in.
Straight ahead. He's in. Touchdown, Jacksonville.
What a great answer by this Jacksonville offense. Man. Very impressed with the running game tonight, guys. The Indians aren't just getting it done through the air. I mean, they threw for 380 last week. Aaron Richardson ran for 63, and tonight he's pushing that here in this first half.
Well, I'll tell you, Matt, with the defense needing help, needing some rest and some time to get coached up, that's what you want if you're the Jacksonville offense, is to be able to have some possession and some drives, and that's what they're doing here tonight. Extra point
he missed it.
Is no good.
Wow, APS missed it. He doesn't ever do that. It keeps it at 27-20.
So 44 seconds to go to the half. It's 27-20, and of course Henderson deferring their option, Matt, will be getting the ball, but Jacksonville bringing it back to a 1-score game. That's huge.
Huge. And again,
of course, you'd like to have that extra point, But it's still huge that you're back to one score.
Well, the way this ball game is being played out, I'm not sure that extra point is going to – I mean, if it's 7-6 or 9-7 or something like that, but this is such a high-scoring ball game. Of course, last week we didn't think it was going to come into play either, and Henderson missed an extra point. When was that? Well, it was 41 at the half, so they did miss an extra point. Would have been 42 at the half.
That's right.
But then you got teams going for 2 to make up for the ones they missed, so I don't know how that works out. Because if you get a couple 2-point conversions, it doesn't matter that you miss an extra point. So there's my theory in a bottle.
There you go.
So go ahead and sell that. So as the full moon pops up and Todd Travis wins the lunar question of the decade. Did you get the exact date, Todd? I did.
You did?
Yeah. August the 19th, 2049.
19th?
I'll be 90.
Wait,
I'll be 89 years old.
It was Friday the 13th.
Wasn't your question on a Friday the 13th? Wasn't that the question? When is the next Friday the 13th with the full moon?
Yes, that was the question.
So it couldn't be August 19th. It's Friday the 13th.
Oh, excuse me.
It would have to be August 13th.
I meant August 13th.
There you go.
Did I say 19th?
You did. That's
well,
okay.
I did go to Texas A&M.
Ah, well.
So did Todd.
You've still got both your shoes on. So
Hello.
That's all right.
Oh, look.
Onside kick.
Wow.
Short here. That's fielded at about the 45 by Henderson.
I'm taking
trying
Coleman.
to catch him again.
I'm taking Coleman to Shreveport.
I'll say.
And I don't even like going to Shreveport. And he is a gambling dude with the onside kick. Doesn't get that one. So it's gives Henderson the short field with 43 seconds.
I don't know, Matt.
I don't know, but after last week,
that's exactly what I was about to say.
After last week, him going for 2, hey,
right.
I'm not questioning the dude.
Sure as we second guess him, we'll be wrong again.
Yeah, the key word there is again.
Again. So Caleb Medford brings the Lions out. He'll
got a tackle.
Hand it off to Bussey, who runs left, got all kinds of room to run, and he is deep into Jacksonville territory before he's finally pushed out inside the 20. But again, Matt, a shot at him for the Indians, and they just don't wrap up.
It's like they're running alongside of him. they're just kind of running along with him going, okay, now I decided to attack it 30 yards down the field. You got to wrap up, man. Oh, big run to the Jacksonville spot that. I haven't even got on the board yet. It was so fast.
18-yard line.
Yeah, first down, Henderson. 34 seconds and counting.
Trips right. Nobody on the left side this time is the handoff.
Tackle
is straight ahead down to about the 14.
So timeout Henderson here with 25 seconds. I know our listeners are tired of hearing us scream tackle, but if you're here and you're watching this game as you listen to us, you feel our pain. I mean, it's frustrating. So timeout Henderson with 25 seconds. Stay with us for the Whataburger halftime report. We'll talk to Wayne Coleman, our All Smiles halftime interview. We'll be talking to Ray Etheridge, the ultimate Indian fan, former NFL player, class of 1987 for Jacksonville, will join us on the Whataburger halftime report. And don't forget, we'll have the Jacksonville High School band. Don't worry about that. We want to hear the loud and proud crew under Donnie Barrier. And, of course, Todd will be along with the statistics in the first half, sponsored by Randy Gorham, Mayor Randy Gorham, CPA.
For now, I mean, until Chris Carpenter throws his hat in the ring.
Until I file that impeachment paperwork. And, Gorham's done a heck of a job as mayor, and he has. But I hate to file those impeachment papers because he's done so great. Plus, he does my taxes.
Right.
So that makes me nervous. So I'm going to retract that impeachment.
Yeah, that's probably good.
I don't want to end up in Leavenworth.
There you go.
Do they still have Leavenworth?
I don't know.
It sounds good. All right, here we go after the timeout. 25 seconds remaining. Henderson, second down, 6 at the Jacksonville 14. Need a stop.
2 receivers right, 1 left. Medford looks left, throws that way, screen, and it's incomplete. Bounced it in there.
Indians did a nice job right there. Had even caught the ball. It was underthrown. Jacob Huddleston was there for Jacksonville defensively. Had that catch been made, so it stops the clock with 20 seconds.
3rd down and 6.
3rd and 6 at the Jacksonville 14 for Henderson. So you got Bussey in the game at running back and not Fields, their big horse. But the bigger horse is Medford, the quarterback. Got to spy him.
Two receivers wide right, one left. Handoff Bussey. Right side running, now up the middle.
Fumble!
Inside the 5, ball's out.
They got it back.
And Henderson is
recovered.
on it inside the 10.
Man.
Yeah.
Oh, Jacksonville had a break right there. They just fall on the ball. Oh, man. Close to getting that fumble. Peter Torres of Jacksonville caused the fumble. Just reached in there and stripped it, it looked like. But one of those big linemen fall on it, and Henderson's going to burn their, what is that, their last timeout. No, second timeout. They'll still have one with 11 seconds, guys. Let's take a break and come back.
All right, we'll step away for 45. You're listening to Fighting Indian Football on JHS-sports.com.
Since 1953, Huber Glass Oil has been serving East Texans the finest automotive fuels and lubricants. Huber Glass Oil Company, the clear solution for your business.
The honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich is delicious. It's got that barbecue flavor, that cheese melts on top with that Texas toast. You look at it, your mouth starts watering. It's my go-to sandwich. The honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich, that's my all-time favorite.
Hi, I'm Matt Montgomery. For the past 37 years, I've been helping people just like you get their financial ducks in a row. I'm a registered investment advisor and chartered financial consultant. We do portfolio management and comprehensive financial planning. Give me a call for a free consultation.
And we are back at the historic Tomato Bowl. 11 seconds to go here in the first half. Henderson 27, Jacksonville 20, but Henderson driving. Jacksonville could have gotten a break there, Matt, if they'd have fallen on the fumble.
Ball pops right out at the 8-yard line, just bouncing around there, and one of the Henderson linemen fell on it. First and goal, 11 seconds.
Two receivers left, one right. Medford running left, now back to his right under pressure.
Tackle!
Looking for a hole, spinning, and down he goes. So Jacksonville will hold there.
Kennedy,
Clock stops
Bryson
with
Tatum,
1 second.
Aaron Richardson, all just rapping. But did you see Medford with 1 second? Where's Raydell? Raydell's on the clock up there, man. Come on, 1 second. Come on, give me a second on the clock, Raydell. He does a good job. They did get the timeout in time. But back to that play, Medford, I mean, you're just so nervous because he got hit, he bounced backwards, came forward, got hit again, got out of that.
Spun out of that, yeah.
He had two broken tackles before finally Kennedy, Richardson, and Tatum for Jacksonville brought him down for a loss on the play of about 4. So here we go, guys, with 1 second. Phil Castle sends his kicker out, Enrique Garza, to try to get a three-pointer to make it a 30-20 lead. Last play of the half, it'll be a 31-yarder from the right hash for Henderson.
Snap, kick is on the way. There's the horn. And the kick is good, just barely.
Hey, we said give up a field goal is good enough.
And so the halftime score, Henderson 30 and Jacksonville 20. And Matt will send it down to you for the All Smiles halftime interview with head coach Wayne Coleman.
Coach, wild first half. I love the way your offense answered those touchdowns at Henderson. Defense tackling's been an issue.
Yeah, that dang quarterback. Well, their quarterback and their running back are super athletic. We've got kids in the right place, and we're not making the tackle.
How good does it feel to get a stop right there and just hold them to a field goal?
No, that was huge. I mean, I know we only saved 4 points, but that feels like a huge win. We finally stopped them.
You're running the ball. I mean, ever since the second half last week in Palestine, your offensive line is getting a good push.
We started mixing in a lot more quarterback read, zone read game, and that's helped us out a lot in the run game.
You made defensive adjustments last week against Palestine. What about this week? What do you see that you need to change defensively?
There towards the end, we actually saw a front that looked like it was working a little better, so that may be the answer we're looking for.
Good. Thanks, Coach. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Matt.
Head coach Wayne Coleman. Sponsored by All Smiles Dentistry. I want to thank Dr. Larry Folden, Dylan Rutherford, and Brad Westbrook from All Smiles Dentistry. They do a great job there at All Smiles. So, Aaron, let's take a little quick break, and then we're going to come back with Ray Etheridge, former NFL great and Jacksonville alum.
Sounds good. We'll take a minute and come back. This is the Whataburger Halftime Report. You make the order. Whataburger makes it fresh. This is Fighting Indian Football on JHS-sports.com.
The honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich is delicious. It's got that barbecue flavor, that cheese melts on top with that Texas toast. You look at it, your mouth starts watering. It's my go-to sandwich. The honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich, that's my all-time favorite.
Dr. Darwin Dar and his staff at Dar Chiropractic specialize in family chiropractic care, exercise rehab, digital x-rays, nutrition and weight loss programs, decompression, and chiropractic wellness care. Located down the street from the Tomato Bowl, Dar Chiropractic. They can help you feel better.
Austin Bank. You've known us all along.
And we are back live at the historic Tomato Bowl. Halftime here. Henderson leading Jacksonville by a score of 30-20. This is the Whataburger halftime report, and with a very special homecoming halftime interview, I'm going to send it back down to Matt Montgomery. Matt, as the train makes its way through.
Yeah, just in time for the train to come through. Thank you, Aaron. We are in the Whataburger halftime report. Thanks for joining us, and we are joined by former NFL player Ray Etheridge, also JHS class of 1987. Back in August, the Education Foundation, as I mentioned earlier, had an Ultimate Fan bidding war, if you will, and this gentleman won the bid. Ray Etheridge. Ray, thanks for doing that, man. It's a nice contribution, and welcome back to Jacksonville.
Oh, thank you so much. It's feel good. It feels good to come back home and see the guys that, the guys I either played with, grew up with, and actually it's their kids now playing. So it's a good feeling, to come back where it all started.
One of the most interesting things about you is I understand you were the first NFL draftee from a community college in the NFL history.
Yes, I actually was, and it was an honor. Not that it's a glorified thing, but to be one of the first guys to ever get drafted out of a junior college is, it's unheard of. But I was the first to do that.
Talk about your journey to get to that point. I know that you moved back out there, and I just went out there, and you were just such a speed demon. You were a third-round pick of the San Diego Chargers. That had to feel good.
To get a chance to live your dream, being a small town, country boy, and with all odds against you, and to make it that accomplishment, it was huge, and I had a lot of guys. Even though I was the one that made it, I had a lot of push and a lot of encouragement by a lot of family, friends, and around me, and it just it was big, and it was hard, but worth every bit of the hard work.
Now you got a chance to play in a Super Bowl. Talk about that experience.
Well, it didn't end the way I wanted it to end, but we lost to the 49ers. But it was an honor just to be to get that experience and that ultimate goal. It's just hard work. It shows that if you truly put in the work, it will be, you will be rewarded. So, and that's what I've been my whole life, just hardworking person, and God and the blessings of that, and it just shows.
Now, I remember you when you were here. I remember you as a cornerback. I didn't remember you as a receiver as much for Spike Harlan. Of course, I don't know how much we threw the ball back then, but boy, you sure made a transition.
What's so crazy is I was told by Coach Irving, you should be receiver, like 9th and 10th grade. You should be a receiver. You can go pro. And I was like, Coach, I'm not receivers are soft. I'm a DB. I'm a running back. And I just I ran a 4.2 40, so I was like, and I just didn't see myself ever playing receiver. But Coach Irving seen something back then that I didn't see in myself, and full circle, I ended up being drafted as a wide receiver in the NFL. So. And
speed was your thing. I mean, you said 4.2. I mean, I know you had some. I mean, you beat some pretty big time names running.
Yes. I like to be wholesome. I really don't like to brag on myself, but in this moment I will.
Please do. I want to hear it. I want to hear it, man. You're home. You can brag at home.
I did. I ran a 4.2 340, 10 100 meters, 20.2. I was ranked number 5 in the world at one point. I beat Carl Lewis and a few others, Leroy Burrell's, if you're listening. But
little dig there, Leroy.
Yeah, But it was. I definitely was a fast guy, and I had to learn how to play receiver and come under control with that speed and hone it. But it was definitely an honor.
What was that like going from a community college to the NFL? The speed of the game had to just be incredibly different, even as fast as you were.
I learned from a guy named Gilbright that he ran a 4.8, and he covered me like a blanket, and I did not get it. I was like, how is this guy this old and slow, and like he's covering me like I'm not doing anything? But it was the technique I didn't have. I was a fast guy, but I used to do my hands, I used to shuffle my feet. So he studied, and he was like, I'm not gonna let this young guy come out and embarrass me. And he watched me within a few days and was able to just see the things I didn't have. So then I had to go back and learn how to be a receiver and then use the speed later. So it took hard work. It took really, I was disappointed, in the beginning because I was just a fast guy. I can catch, but I was just fast. I didn't know how to run routes correctly and stuff like that. So, to stay in the league for 8 years that I stayed, I had to learn how to do that.
And to stay that long at that position, which does not have that long of a lifespan. I mean, I know you got your Larry Fitzgeralds and guys like that are freaks and everything, but to stay, there's so much competition every year. You really have to perfect your game to stay.
Absolutely. I never got comfortable. I never let myself get comfortable. I always said, this is the year they're going to cut me. This year they're going to do this. So I just said, if you're going to cut me, this is going to be the hardest decision you ever made. So I never did anything to really give them reason. I kept myself clean off the field, and then I became a team player on the field, and I just worked as hard as I could. And when it came down to decision time, I'm not going to make it easy for you to make a decision on me. So that's what really kept me in the league.
So how was it coming back on August the 5th to the Evening with the Stars, where you were honored with all these other NFL greats from Jacksonville, and a small town like Jacksonville producing that many NFL players and a Major League Baseball player?
Yes. Just the group and the crowd was amazing. It was an amazing night. I was honored. Just to be that first group of guys or waves to come in and get honored. Anytime someone recognizes you for anything, I think it's it's rewarding and it's humbling, and it just shows that it meant something and I did something. So I was honored by that.
So talk about your memories of Tomato Bowl. I know it's obviously looks a lot different than when you were here the last time. So what are some of your best memories of Tomato Bowl?
Well, I had some great games here. My first game here was in the 8th grade where we played in Tomato Bowl. And actually I brought that class of 87, brought 8 guys with me to share this moment, because even though I was the one that got the accolades and made it to that level, I wouldn't be who I would be without those guys really behind me in some aspect, pushing me, helping me get rides to practice, because I lived out in the country, So,
where'd you live?
Cold Springs.
Oh, I know where Cold Springs, man. 175.
That's it. Yeah. So I have to give you direction. I say turn at the white church, go down 3 cornfields and take another right. You'll see some dogs run out, make a left right there. Wasn't no country roads, wasn't anything like that. So
man, and then you go back to LA. How about that?
California, being a country boy, it was the stars. It really was the stars. So it was enlightening. And from that, being humbled and being able to see the world, I still kept my roots and still kept my foundation, which was good. I'm glad I had that first. And so everything else that came for me, I was able to, take it on.
So tell our listeners what you're doing now.
Right now, I am a retired NFL guy, but an entrepreneur. I own several different businesses, as well as mentoring kids and helping underprivileged kids and families and single parents. And right now, my ultimate goal is really not what life gives me, is really what I can give during my life left on this earth and make a difference. If I can't make a difference, then I really hadn't accomplished nothing. Personally, I accomplished my personal goals, but right now I have to make a difference. And I want my dash to not be talked about my sports and how fast I was. I wanted to talk about what life I changed. So that's my goal right now. That's my ultimate goal.
That's incredible, Ray. Well, man, we appreciate you coming down, and you are not just only the ultimate fan, but you're one of Jacksonville's heroes, and we were so honored to have you this summer with everybody else. And how cool was that to meet those other guys, too?
Oh, it was awesome. Some I heard of because I wasn't even born yet. Yeah. And then some I looked up to, the James Nobles, and, I looked up to, and I like wow, So it was an honor just to be amongst the guys that you idolized as a kid, or you heard the stories of how good they were, and to come in and be honored right away. It was humbling. It was.
And of course, I got to know Pete Lamons for the last few years. And how about that? Him and you are the only two guys in the Super Bowl.
Listen, I sat next to Pete, and Pete is funny as heck. He kept me laughing. I had to tell him to stop. He kept keeping me laughing the whole entire time.
I saw you over there laughing.
I mean, just a great person. I mean, oh my God, I wish I'd have got to know him sooner, but I'm glad I got to meet him, and got to know him. So
I try to aggravate him. I said, man, you're Joe Namath's tight end.
No, really.
He says, hey, I'm Joe Namath's tight end. He's my Joe Namath. I'm his He's my quarterback.
Yeah, it was a great guy. Everybody up there was. It was a real experience, and even for a guy like me who got honored, to me it was an honor to meet them and be around them and be even considered in that same circle. So,
Ray, thank you for being here, and thank you for representing Jacksonville. And man, come back. I'd like to have you back like this. You do pretty good at this radio stuff. You might want to come back down and hang out with me some.
I'll let you do it, but I'll come visit.
Okay, good. Thank you, Ray. Right. Appreciate you. Right, thank you. That's Ray Etheridge, former Jacksonville Fighting Indian, class of 1987, 8 years in the NFL, and the ultimate Indian fan, winning that bidding process. And don't forget, you got your chance next year if you want to do that. You want to come down here and visit at halftime like Ray just did. All you got to do is come to Evening with the Stars and bid for it like he did. What a great young man. Of course, young to me. We talked about earlier, he's pushing 50.
I'm telling you, Matt, he still looks like he could go.
He does. He doesn't look 50. I'm telling you, he doesn't. And, of course, I was doing the games when he played, and so that's where I remember him. And as a defensive back, hard-hitting defensive back. And I'll never forget hearing about, did you know that Ray Etheridge is in the NFL as a wide receiver? And I went, who? And they told me, I said, that Ray Etheridge, a cornerback? No. Sure enough, he was. So we appreciate him coming and visiting with us here on the Whataburger Halftime Report. Jacksonville and Henderson, the 81st meeting. The Henderson Lions leading 30-20 here in a wild first half. Henderson band out on the field. Aaron, I'm going to toss it back up to you and Todd for statistics before the Jacksonville band, Charmers, and Twirlers come out.
Sounds good, Matt. Our halftime stats are brought to you by Randy Gorham CPA. Randy is your source for income tax and accounting needs, and he has been since 1984. That's Randy Gorham CPA. We're glad to have his sponsorship for halftime statistics. And Todd, the halftime 10-point game, lots of action in the first half. Let's break it down.
Our Indians finished the first half with 34 plays on offense for 194 yards, at 138 yards passing, and 56 yards rushing. Our quarterback, Patrick Clater, 6 completions on 11 attempts for 109 yards passing and 1 touchdown. And Chris Carpenter, who just seems to do it all, had 1 pass for a touchdown, 29 yards. He was also our leading receiver, 4 catches for 67 yards and a touchdown. And Jalen Freeney had 2 catches for a touchdown with 49 yards and 1 touchdown. And our leading rusher, Aaron Richardson, 12 carries for 30 yards and 1 touchdown.
So Jacksonville getting a lot of the usual suspects into the action. 20 points on the board, but Henderson just able to stay out in front there. Let's see how the Lions got there, Todd. Let's break them down.
The Lions had 24 plays on offense for 290 yards. They averaged 12.1 yards per play. Had 58 yards passing and 232 yards rushing in the first half. Their quarterback, Medford, 3 completions, 6 attempts for 58 yards and 1 touchdown. Their leading receiver, was Fuller, 2 catches for 41 and the touchdown. And their leading rusher was Fields with 4 carries for 80 yards and a touchdown. And then the quarterback, Medford, had 6 carries for 57 and a touchdown.
Yeah, Medford's just like having another running back there. As Matt said earlier in that first half, he's kind of like your prototypical high school running back who's got a good arm, too, to go with it. So
early in the half, he was having a lot of success running the ball.
Yeah, he was.
Hopefully, toward the end of the half there, we kind of found him a little bit because didn't give him as much room to run there.
Yeah, that's right. So Jacksonville defense seemed to be dialing in just a little bit, obviously tackling the issue early there in the first half. We'll see how Kenny Kennedy's defense responds in the second half as the award-winning Cherokee Charmers make their way out onto the field. And Todd, bringing back some memories, looking down there, seeing all the Charmer dads. You're not gonna be pulling any muscles this year.
Not me tonight,
partner.
No.
So.
Uh-oh.
And Matt won't get to make fun of me either.
Yeah,
so.
I don't get to
That's
mess
a shame.
with Todd's dance moves.
So our halftime stats are brought to you by Randy Gorham CPA. Randy has been your source for income tax and accounting needs since 1984 here in Jacksonville. So we're glad to have Randy along. Randy also the mayor for now. We'll see if Chris Carpenter throws his hat into the ring.
Yeah.
But until then, Randy Gorham also doing a great job as the mayor of the city of Jacksonville. We want to thank the city of Jacksonville for their sponsorship and participation in Fighting Indian football as well. And I'll tell you, guys, it does. It takes a village, as they say. It takes the city and all the partners to make these nights at Tomato Bowl so special. But man, what a facility this is, guys.
I tell you what, it's a good thing we are online and there's no video of this. Yeah. Lynn Nabby, the girls athletic director and head basketball coach, is getting ready to dance, and this is going to be interesting. So the Cherokee Charmers out. Director Laura Guidry, assisted by Tiffany Alexander, led by 16 seniors, the Cherokee Charmers. Junior lieutenants are Yasmin Badgett, Katie Lucky, and Alexis Sanford. Junior lieutenant Morgan Washburn. Senior lieutenant Ariel Galvan, and your Cherokee Charmer captain is Kayla DuPont. As you hear the crowd now moaning and groaning as the dads got a little hip roll going. Yikes. And some of them don't even have hips.
Oh,
wow.
they have hips. They're just not their original ones.
No, not the original hips, yeah. Well, they're just not visible, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Look at Lynn Nabby. He is shaking and baking.
Coach can move, I'm telling you.
Man. Hey, Coach, Don Cornelius called from Soul Train. He said, don't come back. Oh, look at him. Oh, wow.
They've got Coach front and center for a reason, guys.
Of course, I know we're online, and I'm saying look at it, but if you were here, I'm telling you, it's blackmail material. Oh. And Coach Nabby just pulled the hat down gangster style.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course he did.
Yeah, boy.
Of course he did.
So the Charmer dads with their annual, we'll call it a dance. We will call it a dance for tonight. And I really miss Todd Travis's moves after seeing that. If that tells you about it.
I think 4 years was probably enough. So
probably was. Todd, I mean, if you ever get a chance, I got a video. I'm dancing at a Charmer deal too at the spring show. I'm doing a little AC/DC. I'll have to show that to you sometime.
Okay.
So here are the Jacksonville Majorettes. Their sponsor is Brianne G. The co-head twirlers are Mackenzie Ross and Shelby Cumby. So here are the Jacksonville High School Twirlers with the Jacksonville High School Band playing in the background. Let's listen in.
Hey, Matt, I got a question for you.
Ask them.
What do you think the temperature is down on the field right now?
It's probably about 85.
Boy, that must be nice. It is not 85 degrees in this press box.
Is it freezing?
Oh, my goodness.
So Lynn Nabby's now walking by me right here. And Coach Nabby, I want to ask you, Don Cornelius called and he wants his moves back.
He can have them.
I thought you did pretty good out there.
You know what? 4 years later, I think I got a little step down. What do you think?
Well, I think you do. I think you can shake and bake it, brother.
Thank you so much.
All right, good job, buddy.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
That's head girls basketball coach Lynn Nabby with some unbelievable moves on the, we'll call it a dance floor tonight, but it's on the turf at historic Tomato Bowl. Fans, you're listening to the Whataburger halftime report. Fighting Indians and Henderson locking up for the 81st time. Henderson with a 30-20 lead in a very entertaining first half as these two teams just down the road from each other, keeping that rivalry alive, although Henderson, one of the top-ranked teams in Class 4A, dropped the classification several years ago. So the Jacksonville Majorettes have done their routine. Now it's time for the award-winning sweepstakes, award-winning Jacksonville High School Band under the director of Donnie Barrier, drum majors Jenna Armitage and Richard Elias. 39 seniors in this band. Let's listen to the PA introduce them.
Center of the field, one of the most decorated military marching bands in the state of Texas. That classic look, that awesome sound, that cry heard across the land. The Jacksonville Fighting Indian Band.
All right, got a little xylophone action down here, man. I'm gonna stick the mic in here and get a little load of this. feel like I need to go Christmas shopping now. That sound, that's pretty good.
There you go.
I like that. Very impressive. Jacksonville Fighting Indian Band leaving the field Aggie style. Yes. Nice job by Donnie Barrier and the crew. You've been listening to the Whataburger halftime report, the Jacksonville High School Band leaving the field. Aaron, toss it back up to you.
Thanks, Matt. You have been listening to the Whataburger halftime report. Whataburger, you make the order. Whataburger makes it fresh. We're going to step away for 1 minute. We'll be back for the second half of play. You're listening to Fighting Indian Football on JHS-sports.com.
That 100% beef Whataburger takes 2 hands and all of your attention. So yeah, now's the time to sneak that fry. Good thing there's plenty to savor. Good thing there's Whataburger.
Homes and Properties Realty agents work hard for you to offer a full-service experience. They pride themselves on giving both buyers and sellers the representation they deserve and are ready to serve you today.
Dr. Folden, Dr. Westbrook, Dr. Rutherford, and their dental team at All Smiles provide a wide range of dental services. This includes cleanings, fillings, crowns, bridges, implants, and cosmetic dental care. Call and schedule your appointment at 903-586-0741.
Since 2004, Legends Old Time Burger Cafe has been the home of Jacksonville's best old-fashioned hamburgers. Hand-battered chicken strips, chicken fried steak, fries, and onion rings are the best around. Legends, home of Jacksonville's best old-fashioned hamburger. Hi, I'm Matt Montgomery. For the past 37 years, I've been helping people just like you get their financial ducks in a row. I'm a registered investment advisor and chartered financial consultant. We do portfolio management and comprehensive financial planning. Give me a call for a free consultation.
Dr. Darwin Dar and his staff at Dar Chiropractic specialize in family chiropractic care, exercise rehab, digital x-rays, nutrition and weight loss programs, decompression, and chiropractic wellness care. Located down the street from the Tomato Bowl, Dar Chiropractic. They can help you feel better.
Since 1952, Texas Farm Bureau Insurance has been protecting their customers with life, auto, and homeowners insurance. Call Andy Calcoat in the Rusk office at 903-683-2576. Andy's years of experience will help you find the right coverage for you and your family.
Our one-of-a-kind mushroom Swiss burger is back.
And now it's an all-time favorite. You're going to love this burger. That au jus sauce on top.
The creamy au jus sauce.
Every bite's perfect.
It's not just a mushroom Swiss burger, it's a Whataburger mushroom Swiss burger.
This is James Noble, former NFL player with the Washington Redskins and the class of 1982. You're listening to Fighting Indians Football on JHS-sports.com.
You heard from Fighting Indian great James Noble there as we come back for second half action here on Homecoming. Jacksonville trailing Henderson by a score of 30-20, but Matt holding the Lions to the field goal in that last drive there before the half was big for Jacksonville.
A bit of a moral victory, particularly since you did the onside kick there and gave him the short field. And, you know, Henderson's so strong running the football. And that's where they've been doing the damage tonight to Jacksonville defensively, besides the fact Jacksonville's just not been able to attack them. I thought that Wayne Coleman was a bit judicious at the half when he was saying, you know, hey, they have big, strong running backs. I like the way he's not as critical as we are. He's taking up for his defense. They are good. They're very athletic. I'm not trying to say that, you know, Jacksonville's not, you know, playing, you know, mothers of the poor or anything. These guys can run. They're physical, and we know that. But you got to figure out a way. Just like that last drive where they held him to a field goal, had good pressure. They hung on. They got him, stopped him, and held him to the field goal, which was big. So it's 30-20. Fighting Indians now coming out as the band lines the sidelines, and the tradition of welcoming the team back after halftime. I like that. Now the Indians will go to midfield, do all that ceremony, and then it's time to get ready defensively because Jacksonville will be kicking off to Henderson to start this third quarter. I couldn't pull it up, the score, but Jay Neal, the Jacksonville Progress sports writer, just told me that Palestine only had 6 points at the half against Rusk.
Wow.
Yeah. So you wonder if maybe either Joel Hancock, former Fighting Indian head coach at Rusk High School, you're wondering, did he put together that good of a defense tonight to stop that wing T, or is the hangover from that 49-48 loss to Jacksonville last week when you had a 20-point lead at the half, are they hung over from that? That might be an issue. Might be both those things. Because I know that the Hancock boys, both former players, the brothers down there do a great job coaching Rusk. They need a win. Rusk is 0-2, and maybe they'll get one tonight.
Well, homecoming there as well, and would be good for them. Of course, they play on Jim Swink Field, so.
Yeah, that name sounds familiar.
Yeah.
So tell our listeners the relationship there.
So Jim would have been my third cousin. Of course, TCU great, Heisman runner-up back in the 50s. To Howard Cassidy of Ohio State won it.
Hopalong.
Yeah.
Hopalong Cassidy, yeah.
Couldn't have any other nickname with a name like that.
Oh, yeah. So, third cousin, huh?
Yeah.
You could have told me first cousin and I would have believed you.
That's right.
Yeah, you gotta move that cousin thing up there, buddy. I appreciate your honesty. So Jacksonville will send both their kickers out. It's Santos Aguilar and Alejandro Pena Sanchez, who we lovably refer to as APS.
Great
They
initials.
have it teed up, and Henderson is not going for it. They got their hands team in. Here we go. Second half, and here's Aaron Swink.
Glad you're with us as the kick sails into the end zone, and so the Lions will start at the 25.
I like that. Get them all sneaking up and then pop it over their head, keep them guessing. So let's see if Wayne Coleman and Kenny Kennedy got together at the half. Kenny Kennedy, of course, the defensive coordinator for Jacksonville, shifted anything around. We won't see Carson Cleaver anymore. He took that crackback block, so they're going to hold him out. Got his dinger rung there a little bit, so he's not going to play in the second half. So here's Henderson. First possession, Caleb Medford, the great quarterback, first down.
He'll have two receivers on his right. He's got one on the left and a back with him as well. Medford going to throw left. Got his man for short gain out over the 30.
It's Fuller.
That's going to be Fuller with a catch.
Pass complete to number 2, Jair.
Just a quick pop pass. Something you see Jacksonville like to do is Fuller's a Chris Carpenter type receiver for Henderson. Good size. Carpenter makes the tackle. Pickup of 6, second 4.
Now, again, a screen set up on the left side, but Jacksonville reads it well.
Tyrese Gibson.
Tyrese Gibson with a stop. You said it, Matt. I stepped on you there. Sorry.
No, it was just a good play by Gibson because Chris Carpenter was in corner and they blew him up, and so Tyrese had to come over from his safety position and fill the gap. Pick up a 1, third down 4. We'll call it 3 for Henderson at their own 32, just underway here in this third quarter. Henderson up 30-20.
Jacksonville can get a stop here. High snap. Fumble. Can Jacksonville get on it?
Yes! Casey Kennedy!
Got it.
Casey Kennedy!
In business.
Let's see the replay. Wasn't sure who caused that fumble. It was a good exchange between Medford and Bussey, the running back. And then somebody came in and chopped their arm. Let's see if I can get the replay right here. Sponsored by Whataburger. As the Indians get a turnover at the Henderson 31.
Here's a look at it as
it's Bryson Tatum causing the fumble.
Bryson Tatum, number 10.
Tatum with the fumble causes the fumble, and Jacksonville in business at the 25 of Henderson.
So now man in motion, but the handoff goes to Richardson. He's going to try to run left.
Nowhere.
Nothing there.
Number 6, Aaron Richardson, the ball carrier.
So
tackle made by number 33, Elijah Jones.
Jones and Dudley there
second down and 10.
For Henderson. They'll give Richardson the line of scrimmage barely, as Richardson had a pretty good first quarter running the football, and he had a touchdown in that second quarter. But other than the touchdown, they've kind of bottled him up a little bit here lately, I should say, in that second quarter. So second down, Jacksonville gets the turnover on the fumble caused by Bryson Tatum. Casey Kennedy recovers. Second and 10 for Jacksonville at the Henderson 25.
Two receivers left, one right. Man in motion left to right. Gets the handoff, jet sweep. Look
Freeney.
here is Freeney.
No, it's Carpenter.
Tries to turn the corner.
Yeah.
That is Carpenter there. Those single-digit numbers got us again, guys, but
wow,
a little bit there for him.
You know, Carpenter was dead to rights. I mean, Dalton Motiset, the junior linebacker, he had a tremendous angle on Chris Carpenter. I thought, well, they got him. And Carpenter just had that gear, and he went just like a Maserati, shifted it, went down to 3-speed, and he picks up 5 when he should have lost yardage. Third down, a makeable 4 at the 17 of Henderson.
So 2 right, 1 split wide left is Carpenter. Now man in motion is Freeney right to left. The handoff, though, is faked, and it's going to be thrown into the end zone. He's there.
No, it's Gibson.
That's Gibson, and that's a touchdown.
Tyrese Gibson, 17-yard, we'll call it 18-yard reception. Tyrese Gibson getting into the mix in the passing game. Another frozen rope slant route. Gibson takes 2 steps and just goes to the goalpost in front of the safety and the corner. Perfectly delivered pass by the junior Patrick Clater. Now here's APS to try to tack it on.
Kicks on the way. Lions bring pressure, but it's good. The extra point brought to you by Homes and Properties Realty. So with 9:57 to go here in the third, our score now, Henderson 30, Jacksonville 27. We'll be back in 45 seconds. You're listening to Fighting Indian Football on JHS-Sports.com.
Gene Bromlow, class of 66, and his daughter Ann Farmer proudly support Jacksonville athletics. Come on over to the South Jackson Dairy Queen and get one of their world-famous blizzards. Dairy Queen, where happy tastes good.
Tonight's game statistics are sponsored by Randy Gorham, CPA. Randy Gorham, CPA, the source for your accounting and income tax needs since 1984. Since 2004, Legends Old Time Burger Cafe has been the home of Jacksonville's best old-fashioned hamburgers. Hand-battered chicken strips, chicken fried steak, fries, and onion rings are the best around. Legends, home of Jacksonville's best old-fashioned hamburger.
And we are back at the historic Tomato Bowl, 9:57 to go, third quarter. And Jacksonville closing the gap now. Henderson leading by a score of 30-27 with the second half opening scoring drive summary. Here's Todd Travis. Todd?
So after the turnover, Indians had 3 plays for 25 yards for the touchdown, making the score Indians 27, Lions 30.
Just no answer for that slant route as Jacksonville just runs that so effectively. Here's the kickoff.
Henderson sneaking up again. They're going to pop it medium deep here, left side. It's caught at the 22. No fair catch. Now running right. Lots of room to run now up the middle. And the return man upended Bussey at the 40.
Number 16, Jacoby Bussey.
So Bussey, the big running back, gets the nice return. And, of course, these short pop-ups, and a lot of coaches, say why. A lot of people think, why would coaches pop them up like that and give them a shorter field than kicking it deep? Well, a lot of times guys don't handle those kind of kickoffs well. Give Henderson credit. They've handled the kickoffs well tonight. They got the onside kick. They recovered it. They watched the film last week, a Palestine game. Now they got this possession starts at their own 40.
So Medford brings the Lions back out, and he's going to hand it off.
Fields.
Lots of room to run is Kevin Fields. He goes just over midfield
Gallegos
into Indian territory, picks up the first down before, as you said, Matt, the senior Stephen Gallegos comes up for the stop.
And that's the way to tackle. The play started off terribly, huge hole, as Fields got to the edge and turned the corner. But, man, what a nice job by Stephen Gallegos. That is a candidate for the Bone Crusher hit of the game, sponsored by Dar Chiropractic right there. Stephen Gallegos, remember that one.
Trips right, 1 left here. Medford drops back. He's got time over the middle slant. And it's caught as he was going to the turf. Down about the 21-yard line of Jacksonville, first down yardage.
Man, Medford said, hey, Patrick Clater, I'll match your slant route, and I'll throw a deeper slant route. Bryson Collins, the junior receiver, makes the catch, and Lions are hurrying to the line of scrimmage on first down at the Jacks 21.
2 receivers right, 1 left this time for Medford as he will Handed off straight up the middle.
Fields.
As Fields spins his way down to about the 12.
This is the kind of offense that Henderson under Phil Castles has been very effective running in his tenure there.
Second down.
Hurry up, speed offense. Nobody huddles anymore, and Henderson runs it well. They'll pick up 8 yards. Will Fields pushes the ball inside the red zone.
Now Medford hands off right side Bussey, and he is shoestrung. Nice tackle there. The ball may have come out. Not sure.
I think that was Tatum that hit the ground. Actually, it's Gallegos with the tackle. Gallegos having a heck of a game. Although you don't like to see your safety making all these tackles.
Yeah, being one of your leading tacklers.
Yeah, but good tackle because it's third down. Check that. Is it? It's third down, or is it second? My eyes are not focused here.
Third down is
it's
what they
third
have
down.
the down marker. So
Yep.
Medford rolling right, got room to run though, and he's inside the 5.
Wow, heck of a play right there by Isaiah Mallard, the sophomore, one of 2 sophomores on the Fighting Indian varsity. As let me check that. No, it's not Mallard. I'm sorry. That's Aaron Richardson with the tackle. That 5 and 6 number kind of got tight on me there. It was Richardson with the tackle.
So now 2 receivers on the left, but the handoff goes left to the goal line and in. Touchdown Lions.
It's Fields. Fields from 4. So the Lions answer after Jacksonville closed the gap to 3. Now the Lions have a chance to push it back out to a 10-point lead like they had at the half with 7:22 remaining here in the third quarter at Historic Tomato Bowl. Phil Castles will send his extra point team out to try to make it a 10-point deficit again. So the Lions answer Jacksonville's touchdown after the Indians recovered a fumble.
Extra points are brought to you by Homes and Properties Realty. This one is up and good. So with 7:22 to go third quarter, our score now, Henderson 37, Jacksonville 27. We'll be back in 45 seconds. You're listening to Fighting Indian Football on JHS-Sports.com.
Austin Bank. You've known us all along.
That 100% beef Whataburger takes 2 hands and all of your attention. So yeah, now's the time to sneak that fry. Good thing there's plenty to savor. Good thing there's Whataburger.
And we are back at the Historic Tomato Bowl. Henderson leading Jacksonville by a score of 37-27. 7:22 to go third quarter. With a scoring drive summary, here's Todd Travis. Todd?
It was a 6-play drive, covered 60 yards, ending with a touchdown, putting the Lions up 37-27.
Puts the pressure on your offense as the Indians trying to shake it up. Carpenter switches to the other side to get this kickoff. Pick it up, Chris.
Bounce in, and
uh-oh.
It is finally picked up.
Clayton.
Little room to run for Clayton as he makes his way out near the 30.
Caleb Clayton snatched it as the ball hit the turf. Wayne Coleman at the last minute had Jalen Freeney and Chris Carpenter switch sides, and Carpenter just didn't get over there in time. And the ball hit the turf, and fortunately Caleb Clayton picked it up and had a decent return. He picked it up about the 12-yard line, and he'll run it all the way out to the 29. So a 17-yard return. Nice job as the Indians will come in looking at a 10-point deficit to Henderson, 37-27. First down on their own 28.
Trips left, 1 right for the Indians. Richardson the back with Clater, and Clater will fake a handoff throw to Freeney. Got him on a slant route. Midfield, lots of room to run. He might go all the way. You're not catching Jalen Freeney. Touchdown, Jacksonville.
71 yards. Another slant route. And I'm telling you, that secondary for Henderson, they just don't have an answer for that play. They're in cloud coverage. They're going two-man deep, and they just can't stop the slant route. And Jalen Freeney made a heck of a move, guys. Once he caught the ball, he avoided that one safety, and then it was a foot race. And Jalen Freeney, he's about a 4'5" guy. He said goodbye. Here's APS to try to close the gap again. Another wild ball game this week, guys.
Extra points brought to you by Homes and Properties Realty. This one on the way. It's good. 7:02 to go, third quarter. How about that? Score now, Henderson 37, Jacksonville 34. 45-second break right here, and we'll be back. This is Fighting Indian Football on JHS-sports.com.
Dr. Darwin Dar and his staff at Dar Chiropractic specialize in family chiropractic care, exercise rehab, digital x-rays, nutrition and weight loss programs, decompression, and chiropractic wellness care. Located down the street from the Tomato Bowl, Dar Chiropractic. They can help you feel better.
Did you know that Homes and Properties Realty listings are advertised on hundreds of websites worldwide? Their agents can show you any property listed in beautiful East Texas and the surrounding area. Call them today.
Since 1952, Texas Farm Bureau Insurance has been protecting their customers with life, auto, and homeowners insurance. Call Andy Calcoat in the Rusk office at 903-683-2576. Andy's years of experience will help you find the right coverage for you and your family.
Help him out, right?
Welcome back to the historic Tomato Bowl. 7:02 to go, third quarter. And Jacksonville closing the gap yet again. One play, one score. How about that? And Matt, that's how you do it.
71 yards on the slant again. I believe that was at the third touchdown on the slant route tonight for Jacksonville. And this time it's Freeney, it's been Gibson, it's been Chris Carpenter on the three slant routes for scores. So spread the wealth around. Patrick Clater having another banner night. Here's the kickoff.
So now they'll fake the run up again, boot it deep. It is caught by the return man. He takes it into the end zone. Now brings it out and makes his way out to the 35-yard line.
Flags fly.
Flags come in as
it's coming back.
Yeah, that was Walker on the return.
Does Walker have some jets or what?
Boy,
wow!
Tell you,
he went into the end zone and caught that one, and he slipped. And I thought, oh man, did his knee touch at the one? It did not. And boy, he took two steps and he was full speed. But it's going to come back. He returned it all the way out to the 34. It was about a 35-yard because he was 1 yard deep in the end zone. And so here's the call by the official as we'll listen over the PA system and see what it was.
Yep, blocking the back.
10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul.
So they'll get the benefit of the return with the penalty from the spot. So that's going to push it back from the 25, go back to the 10, I believe. Actually, the 10-yard penalty. So it'll be at the 15-yard line. So Jacksonville gets a break. I like the deep kickoff by Wayne Coleman, sending APS with that strong leg. So 37-34. Henderson, 3-point lead as they get their second possession here this third quarter.
So Medford will straight keep and go right side. Lots of room to run. He's at the 40, the 45, cutting back left midfield into Indian territory. Now back to the right. And ball is out. Still loose. Jacksonville's got it.
Gallegos got it.
At midfield, Steven Gallegos falls on the fumble, and that was...
So Caleb Medford went from hero to GOAT.
Yeah,
massive run, about 50 yards, and then as he was reversing field, he just dropped the football. It didn't look like anybody stripped it.
Yeah.
And Steven Gallegos, and then he kicked it. He reached down. When the ball's on the ground, fall on it. I know Phil Castles, the head coach for Henderson, is just frustrated with his quarterback. Caleb, he tried to pick it up, and he kicked it right to Steven Gallegos, who fell on it.
Yeah, Matt, that was a play that got both sides of Tomato Bowl, both sets of fans on their feet.
Now watch the deep ball
times.
here. Watch the shot here.
So yeah, two left, 1 right go the Indian receivers. Good time for a shot now. Man in motion, right side slot to the left. Fake a handoff slant, why not? It's intercepted. And Henderson takes it back to about the 45. And so just like that, Henderson.
Man, I cannot believe they did not
over.
call targeting on that. That was helmet to helmet. Did y'all see what I saw?
Yeah.
Let's see the replay
I mean,
right here. No call.
We'll get it
and
again.
Oh, my goodness. That's incredible they didn't call helmet to helmet. Shades of Marshall last year on the cheap shot to Chris Carpenter in the head-to-head, and they didn't call it. I don't know what you have the rule for if you don't. I mean, that was so clearly on Casey Kennedy. Took the shot in the head, no call.
So the Lions take over again, and Fields will get the handoff. Running up the middle, makes one man miss, tries to run out of a shoestring tackle, but can't, goes down to 40.
I didn't see the replay. I guess they didn't run it.
Yeah, they did not run it, Matt.
Wow.
2nd down 5.
Wow, man. Can't moan about that. Pick up a 5. It's over. 2nd down 5 to go for the Lions at the Jacksonville 39.
So Medford hands off again to Fields, who's running the left side this time, and he'll make his way down to about the Jacksonville 27. That's good for 1st down yardage.
It was a well-delivered pass by Patrick Clater to Casey Kennedy. I mean, it was going to be a catch. Kennedy had his hands on it, and the Henderson defender came in and went helmet to helmet to Casey Kennedy, and the ball popped up, and it was picked off. And now Henderson looking at 1st down at the Jacksonville, what is that, 32? 22.
So the handoff this time is to
Man, big
Jones,
boy.
Elijah Jones. He makes his way down near the 10.
Jones is about 220, 225 pounds. Big running back. Gets another Lion 1st down. A Bill McRae Ford. Oh, excuse me, that's for Henderson. We don't do those, do we?
They can get their own sponsors.
Yes.
2 right, 1 left go the receivers. Handoff this time. Left side running touchdown Lions.
Indians defense is just gassed. I mean, they were just gassed on that play. Never really got in position. The Lions on the board as we had a flurry of events. A fumble, an interception, some crazy stuff on that drive. So Henderson pushes the lead back out to 9, trying to make it 10 here.
An almost criminal no call on helmet-to-helmet targeting.
I don't get it.
If you're going to have the rule, you said it, Matt. Extra points are brought to you by Homes and Properties Realty. This one's up and good. 5:02 to go here, 3rd quarter. Our score now, Henderson 44, Jacksonville 34. We'll be back in 45 seconds. You're listening to Fighting Indian Football on JHS-Sports.com.
Come see us at Dairy Queen on South Jackson before or after every Fightin' Indian game to try our family favorites meal. Dairy Queen, where happy tastes good.
Bill McRae Ford has been serving East Texans since 1976. They can help you find the best deal on a used car or if you're ready to purchase something new. Open Monday through Saturday. Bill McRae Ford. Come see us.
Dr. Folden, Dr. Westbrook, Dr. Rutherford, and their dental team at All Smiles provide a wide range of dental services. This includes cleanings, fillings, crowns, bridges, implants, and cosmetic dental care. Call and schedule your appointment at 903-586-0741.
And we are back live here at the historic Tomato Bowl on JHS-Sports.com. Aaron Swink, Matt Montgomery, Todd Travis, and Ryan Travis along with you with 5:02 to go 3rd quarter. Our score now, Henderson 44, Jacksonville 34. And Todd, after that crazy series of events, how did Henderson get in the end zone?
It was a 4-play drive, covered 45 yards, ending with a touchdown, putting the Lions up 44-34.
Yeah, that last series right there, that 4-play drive was not pretty for Jacksonville defensively. They just got run over. Here's the kickoff.
It's a deep kickoff, angled. Oh, you got to let that go out of bounds.
Oh, wow. That's just inexperience right there. Caleb Clayton.
Yeah, Clayton.
The ball was going out of bounds, and he had an eye on it, not knowing where he was on the field, and he knocks it out of bounds at the 14.
So,
gosh. Again, you want to get these kinds of things out of the way, before district.
Absolutely. But that's situational and positional awareness, and
yes,
Caleb would like to have that one back.
First year on the varsity, third game. He had a heck of a return a minute ago.
Yes, he did.
And he was just trying to make a play, and he didn't know where he was on the field. So the Indians will start this drive at their 14-yard line. Plenty of time left. 5:02 remaining in the third quarter. Again, that lead's been pushed out. 44-34, Henderson with the 10-point lead.
Three receivers left, one right for the Indians. As Clater fakes a handoff, keeps it himself on the zone read.
Flag.
And he's up over the 20, but you said it, Matt. The flag comes in.
Thrown right in that area where you see holding by your offensive lineman. So let's see the call as Clater picked up about 7, and I see Tyrese Gibson clapping his hands. So I'm not sure what the call is. Why is he? I don't know why Tyrese was clapping, because it's holding against Jacksonville. Maybe he thought it was offsides. Nevertheless, it is against Jacksonville. That will negate the zone read run by Patrick Clater. Very effective tonight, faking the jet sweep to Carpenter. And it's from the spot, Aaron. And so that makes it first down, keeps it at first down, but it's first down and 18 at the Jacksonville 8-yard line. Precarious territory here for your offense. Bryson Tatum in the backfield.
Clater's got to get the Indians out of the shadow of the goalpost, and he's under all kinds of pressure, and he just has to.
Yeah, that's going to be a safety.
He's going down in the end zone. Yeah, that is a safety because that's going to be grounding otherwise.
Yeah,
and given the fact that he's in the end zone, that's the call.
And I just said precarious position for Jacksonville.
Yeah.
You knew that if they dropped Clater back that they were going to bring the house, and they did. Should be a safety in the end zone. Yeah, it's 2 points.
There it is, and so Henderson will be getting the free kick from Jacksonville as well. So,
and you can't fault Patrick. He was just trying to make a play and get rid of the football. And had he not, been slung around, he was trying just to throw it out of bounds and get out of the pocket and not have the intentional grounding. But man, Henderson it's a great defensive call. They sent guys off the edge, and Clater had to scramble, and they got him in the end zone. So 12-point lead now. 46-34, and Henderson's going to get the ball back. So this thing is starting to stretch a little bit for the Henderson Lions, especially them getting the ball back here. And again, early. It's 4:23 remaining in the third quarter. Jacksonville last week against Palestine was down 20 at the half. Came back in the second half and outscored Palestine 28-7, and if they get a little dicey here, they're going to have to do that kind of scoring here to try to come away with a W at home.
So you might have heard through Matt's mic there, I think that was head coach Wayne Coleman said to Stephen Gallegos, make the next play. And I'll tell you, he has been making plays tonight, so I would look for him to come up big here.
Of course, Wayne Coleman is he is such an encouraging coach. He's not a screamer. He's not old school. He's not in your face. Now, he can get in your face.
Oh, he can.
But it's very –
ask Aaron Richardson about the first half.
Yeah, but it's short. And then he comes up and hugs you and he gets your attention. But he's a very encouraging coach, and that's why so many players respect him so much. As the twin kickers line up for Jacksonville, who's going to kick it here? It's from the 20 on the safety.
It's a short kick, left side, fielded cleanly though, and Henderson's going to get great field position out of this over the 40 of Jacksonville, the 30, and they'll take over inside the Jacksonville 30. So
it's 4.
Not ideal, Matt.
Yeah, it's just you know, that's one right there where Wayne Coleman was trying to pop it up a little short, and APS just did not get enough air underneath it. And Gallegos was going to try to get down there and maybe mess that up, but this is what you call a really, really short field inside the Jacksonville 30. After kicking off from the 20, that's not a good turnaround.
So Caleb Medford brings the Lions back to the line. 2 receivers on the left, 1 on the right. And he'll hand it off. Right side running. Good blocking down there and all the way in. Touchdown, Lions.
29-yard touchdown run for DeCameron Walker.
Yep.
And he is a horse to bring down. So Henderson at the 3:51 mark of the third quarter break the 50 mark. This game was 37-34 just a moment ago.
Yeah.
And 3 unanswered scores, 2 touchdowns and a safety by Henderson has pushed this lead out possibly here to 53-34. Wow.
Kick is on the way. Extra points brought to you by Homes and Properties Realty. It's good. So 3:57 to go, third quarter. Our score now, Henderson 53, Jacksonville 34. We'll be back in 45 seconds. And we do have an offside on the defense on the extra point there. Of course, that'll be declined. So we will be back in 45 seconds. You're listening to Fighting Indian Football on JHS-sports.com.
Our one-of-a-kind mushroom Swiss burger is back.
And now it's an all-time favorite. You're going to love this burger. That au jus sauce on top.
The creamy au jus sauce.
Every bite's perfect.
It's not just a mushroom Swiss burger, it's a Whataburger mushroom Swiss burger.
Hi, I'm Matt Montgomery. For the past 37 years, I've been helping people just like you get their financial ducks in a row. I'm a registered investment advisor and chartered financial consultant. We do portfolio management and comprehensive financial planning. Give me a call for a free consultation.
If you walk through the Tomato Bowl, you've seen the beautiful large photos and arrowheads as well as signage around the stadium. Eric and Kathleen Stanfield can print large format images on metal, glass, and wood, and they do a lot more. Visit their showroom and see for yourself. Congratulations in Jacksonville, sponsors of the Play of the Game Award.
And we are back here, 3:57 to go, third quarter. Henderson has opened this thing up. Matt, we were just talking about that's how fast these things can turn in high school football. The momentum game can just take off on you.
Yeah, in field position. Look how the short fields have turned into points for Henderson.
The kick this time will be short on the left side, caught cleanly over there.
Tyrese.
That's Gibson. He's coming all the way back to this right side. Nice blocking. He'll make his way out over the 30 and down about the 31. Looked like he might have been slung down out of bounds, but I guess they don't want to call a late hit. It looked like it might have been close.
Yeah, Henderson close to having another one of those mistakes. So 53-34, and we're in late in the third quarter, 3:48. This game was 30-20 Henderson at the half. So it has been a wild.
And it seems like it was 37-34 about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
A little bit longer than that, but it's what it seems like.
Feels that way. Obviously, you better get in there and score.
2 receivers left, 1 right for the Fighting Indians this time. Handoff straight ahead is to Bryson Tatum. He gets a little bit, not much.
Number 10, Bryson Tatum is the ball.
So Tatum getting his first carry tonight, the junior linebacker causing the fumble earlier that resulted in a touchdown that got this game to 3, and all of a sudden it's 19. I mean, wow. Suddenly, right?
Yeah, almost came out of nowhere, really. I mean, it can spiral out of control, Matt.
2 touchdowns and a safety, and just, wow.
But now Clater throws a screen left side. Henderson stays home. Not much there.
Carpenter. Tell you what, there's some really after whistle contact.
Yeah, there's a lot going on.
You know, you got to get control of this if you're the officials. They're blowing the whistle, and the Henderson continues to tackle. and I know they're trying to stop Carpenter. I get that. But when you hear the whistle, you got to let go. And the officials are letting that go, and eventually you're going to get some tempers flaring. We're in the third quarter. That starts to wear on your psyche. So third down for Jacksonville. They got 5 yards to go to get a first down. They're at their own 31. 2:20 and counting in this third quarter.
So look for Clater to throw here. He'll fake a handoff, roll right. Now he's just going to have to keep and run it himself. He's to the 40 and have to step out of bounds about the 42. That'll be...
I certainly hope he knew where the stakes were.
That will be good, I think, for the Bill McCray Ford first down yardage. Let's see if they move the sticks.
Okay,
yes,
good.
They do.
There he goes.
Yes, they do.
I mean, the way that he nonchalantly ran out of bounds.
Yeah, you hope he knew where it was going.
Did you? Because the stakes are on the other side of the field. He was running to the Jacksonville bench, and the stakes are, I mean, I guess he knew what yard line to get to. Heads up play by the junior, Patrick Clater, the quarterback. Stops the clock, gets the first down for Jacksonville. Pushes the ball up the Fighting Indian 41.
So 2 receivers left, 1 right for the Indians.
Clater!
And the handoff, or check that, it is kept by Clater, and he'll make his way into Lion territory over the 45 down to about the 43, and that'll be good for another Bill McCray Ford. Built Ford tough, first down for Jacksonville.
Well, the Indians are giving up 53 points off, defensively tonight, but offensively they can score points. I mean, they got 34 here late in the third. You got to figure out defensively who you are, and I know we still got a whole nother quarter to go, and we've seen Jacksonville especially last week, the way they came back. The game's not over, but I like the element of this zone read that Patrick has added tonight to his repertoire.
Clater this time hands it off. And out over the 40.
Richardson.
Goes Richardson, and he's, again, shoved
There
back
you go.
violently. So you got forward progress is stopped. Whistles are blown, and then he gets thrown to the turf, Matt.
Yeah. I guess they felt like he lost his balance maybe. I don't know. It's pretty clear.
He had a little help with it.
The Jacksonville coaches aren't upset about it, so apparently it wasn't. But I know what you're saying. I mean, he went to the turf way after the whistle. Second down after the 5-yard gain by Richardson, 2nd and 5 for Jacksonville.
42 seconds and counting here in the third. And the handoff is faked.
Zone read.
Zone read again, Clater.
They just pulling helmets off.
To the 30.
Another helmet got pulled off as Tyrese Gibson this time, as the Lions are going to get called again. I mean, they're just ripping helmets off, man. That's the second time.
He's a little slow to get off the field as Gibson. I don't know if he might have gotten poked in the eye or something.
Coach Kennedy, Randall Kennedy's looking at his ears, because when you yank that helmet off, it yanks on those. It can cut you because that helmet has some sharp edges.
Number 4 is the defense.
Yeah, they're going to get LaMarcus Hall.
15 yards from the end of the run. Automatic first down.
That'll add
automatic
15
first
yards
down
there.
Yeah.
You heard it.
So Jacksonville, see if they can capitalize. That's the second helmet rip-off penalty for Henderson. I don't know what they're teaching over there, but that's not good. You can't just reach up and grab a guy by the helmet and rip it off his head.
So 30 seconds and counting here, third quarter.
First down for Jacksonville, 16 of Henderson.
Tatum back in the backfield for the Fighting Indians. He'll get the handoff and nothing.
Number 10, Bryson Tatum, the ball
So
carrier.
that should do it for the third quarter of play. The end of 3, our score, Henderson 53, Jacksonville 34. We'll take 45 seconds as the team switch ends and come back. You're listening to Fighting Indian Football on JHS-sports.com.
Tonight's game statistics are sponsored by Randy Gorham, CPA. Randy Gorham, CPA, the source for your accounting and income tax needs since 1984.
Homes and Properties Realty agents work hard for you to offer a full-service experience. They pride themselves on giving both buyers and sellers the representation they deserve and are ready to serve you today.
And we are back here as we get ready to start the fourth quarter of play. Good time for Matt's Trivia Question of the Week, Matt.
All right, guys, let's see what you got. Matt's Trivia Question of the Week, sponsored by the JISD Empowering Champions. In the history of Texas high school football, there's only been 265 running backs in state history who have at least 5,000 yards rushing in their career. Name the Jacksonville running back who comes in at number 248 out of those 265 running backs who got 5,000 yards in their career.
5,000 yards in a career.
Richard Whitaker, maybe?
Any other guesses?
I'm going to go with Carmen Boyd Anderson.
All right, guys, it's Richard Whitaker.
Hey,
from 1996 to 98, he ran for 5,057 yards on 701 carries. 7 yards a carry did Richard Whitaker average.
Wow.
Unbelievable. Averaged 133 yards a game rushing, guys, in his 3-year career. By the way, if you break that by classification, Richard is number 30 all time in Class 5A rushing. How about that? Went on to Texas A&M. Had a great career at A&M. So, Todd, did you get that one?
That was Todd.
All right, Todd.
I did.
Good job.
So, back to action here as Clater throws.
Nobody.
Incomplete. Nobody over there on the right side.
Somebody ran the wrong route. I think they had a dig route that was supposed to go to the pylon, and it looked like Jalen Freeney. He's kind of pointing at himself right now. Is that me? Was I supposed to go there? And because he was throwing to a spot was Patrick Clater. Incomplete, stops the clock as that's first play of the fourth quarter. 3rd down 12. Oh, guys, you're in 4-down territory, obviously. You're down 19 to Henderson. Got to punch this one in to get back in this thing. Clearly.
Clater takes a snap, drops back, under pressure, rolling left, down he goes. That's a sack.
You cannot take a sack in that situation on 3rd and long. I mean, that is clearly, and there's another helmet yank off. I mean, Kobe Anderson, for the second time, is coming off the field with his helmet off. And I know that Kobe's head is not too small for that helmet.
No, Kobe's a big guy.
320 pounds. So it's 4th down and a mile for Jacksonville here. They got to get all the way down to the Henderson 7-yard line. Football is at the 29. So this is your prototypical Chris Carpenter play, but will he be double covered in the safety over the top? You got Bussey. Now Wayne Coleman looks like he's going to take a timeout, Aaron, and let's take one with him.
We'll step away for 45 and come back. You're listening to Fighting Indian Football on JHS-sports.com.
Dr. Darwin Dar and his staff at Dar Chiropractic specialize in family chiropractic care, exercise rehab, digital x-rays, nutrition and weight loss programs, decompression, and chiropractic wellness care. Located down the street from the Tomato Bowl, Dar Chiropractic. They can help you feel better. Since 1953, Hubert Glass Oil has been serving East Texans the finest automotive fuels and lubricants. Hubert Glass Oil Company, the clear solution for your business.
Since 1952, Texas Farm Bureau Insurance has been protecting their customers with life, auto, and homeowners insurance. Call Andy Calcoat in the Rusk office at 903-683-2576. Andy's years of experience will help you find the right coverage for you and your family.
And we are back live at the historic Tomato Bowl, downtown Jacksonville, 11:45 to go. Fourth quarter, our score, Henderson 53, Jacksonville 34. And Matt, this one, of course, not over, especially if you were with us for the Palestine game last week. Our listeners, you know that. But, boy, this one has gotten out of hand in a hurry.
Well, I mean, you clearly have to score. I mean, there's 11:45 remaining. Either that or you're going to have to get your defense to create a turnover. That's been hard to come by. Although the Indians have created a couple of turnovers tonight via the fumble. And Then they gave it right back on one of them anyway. So the Indians on 4th down, football's at the 29 of Henderson. They got to get to the Henderson 7, so it's, what is that, 4th and 22 for Jacksonville. And deep coverage for Henderson. They're just going to make sure they don't get the first down here.
Just keeping everything in front of them. As Clater will just have to air this one out. He won't have a lot of time to do it. He's going for Carpenter, who's double covered. And
got a flag here.
There's a flag that comes in.
Yes.
There is a flag. So
I think the corner held Chris Carpenter again.
We'll see.
I think he held him. I think there was a hold on Chris Carpenter, even though the ball was picked off in the end zone by Bussey. The right cornerback who had press coverage on Chris Carpenter just wrapped him around the waist. And Carpenter was trying to go up for the ball, and he couldn't. Because I'm telling you, he was going to walk the elevator up and go get that ball.
Yeah, we saw him do that.
And he was being held.
Last week.
So let's see the call. It is here. I think it's on the right cornerback, and that would be Garza.
Yeah, who he's victimized all night.
Yep.
That's the call.
Yeah,
pass interference on Garza.
I mean, right in front of me. I mean, Chris is he's so overmatched as Garza, and Chris Carpenter, the D1 commit to Colorado, he was just going to go up and get that and just take it from him, grabbed him around the waist. So, guys, that's an automatic first down for Jacksonville. Huge break for the Fighting Indians. It'll put the football back at the 14. So first down Jacksonville on the pass interference call. Back in business at the 14 of Henderson. First down.
Clater with a man in motion.
Tyrese.
And Gibson gets it, and he'll barrel his way down inside the 10.
And it's Kobe Anderson who pushes
his
teammate. Did you see that?
He gave him the old Reggie Bush push.
He pancaked him. I mean, it looked like one of those Roadrunner cartoons where, Wile E. Coyote is flat on the ground.
Yeah.
And, I mean, Kobe Anderson just picked him up and just shoved him down the field, which is legal. You can do that, as he had offensive help from his lineman. I'm telling you, Tyrese is down at the 12. Nope. Kobe takes him down, his teammate, to the 7. Second down, 3
Whatever
for Jacksonville.
it takes. Clater takes a snap, looks right, fires, little bubble screen, caught. Is he in?
1 yard line.
Oh, down just short.
It's Freeney.
As
bubble screen, good call, Aaron. As Freeney dances and jugs and just twists and turns and fights his way down to the 1. Nice inside blocking by Jacksonville's receivers Gibson and Carpenter on that. So first down and goal, and also Casey Kennedy getting it done too, blocking. First and goal, Jacksonville, with 10:27 and counting. You get a score here, God, it gets interesting, or at least more interesting.
See if Jacksonville can punch it in. As Clater now man in motion right to left, but handoff, Richardson.
Great cut, he's in.
And he's in. Touchdown, Jacksonville. So not out of the woods yet, but also not dead yet. The Fighting Indians.
Nice job by Aaron Richardson, the senior. Really has come on, as I mentioned earlier, in his running game. And, boy, he was really down at the line of scrimmage. And he just made that one. He did a little jump cut at the 2. And then he just plowed into the end zone over a linebacker for Henderson. Now here's APS to try to cut this lead to 12. Oh, it's blocked.
That's blocked.
You got to go get it.
And that could be 2 the other way.
No, he's down.
No, he's down as he went down for the recovery. But after the block, it's 10:04 to go, fourth quarter. The score, Henderson 53, Jacksonville 40. So we'll be back in 45 seconds. You're listening to Fighting Indian Football on JHS-Sports.com.
Dr. Folden, Dr. Westbrook, Dr. Rutherford, and their dental team at All Smiles provide a wide range of dental services. This includes cleanings, fillings, crowns, bridges, implants, and cosmetic dental care. Call and schedule your appointment at 903-586-0741.
Bill McRae Ford has been serving East Texans since 1976. They can help you find the best deal on a used car or if you're ready to purchase something new. Open Monday through Saturday. Bill McRae Ford. Come see us.
If you walk through the Tomato Bowl, you've seen the beautiful large photos and arrowheads as well as signage around the stadium. Eric and Kathleen Stanfield can print large format images on metal, glass, and wood, and they do a lot more. Visit their showroom and see for yourself. Congratulations in Jacksonville, sponsors of the Play of the Game Award.
Welcome back to the historic Tomato Bowl, downtown Jacksonville. 10:04 to go, fourth quarter. Jacksonville trailing Henderson by a score of 53-40. Matt, the Fighting Indian defense needs a huge stop here.
Yeah, this is an interesting call by Wayne Coleman. Does he try to steal one right here with 10:04 remaining? That's a lot of time when you're only down 2 scores to Henderson, but the way that the Lions offensively have been running the football, I don't know. I mean, to me, I want to give them a longer field than what they've been getting.
Well, yeah, I think that's more important right here if it's me, but it's obviously not. So,
gosh, onside kick.
There's the onside kick attempt.
Dadgummit,
and
man.
It's fielded by the up man for Henderson at about the Henderson 45. So again, short field.
Well, you know the coach in Arkansas that onside kicks every time.
Every
Y'all
time
heard that story?
Because of the probabilities.
Yeah, he does. He's a math guy and he does the probability, and he said he kicks onside every time, and he has like 6 different kinds of onside kicks.
Right.
I mean, it's like an offense for him, to get the ball. And it's incredible. I mean, he has a really high ratio of getting the ball back. He's won state championships. So there's something to that. Maybe that's what Wayne Coleman's subscribing to here, but nevertheless, here's Henderson with another short field.
So Medford running, lots of room on the left side, whole lot of room deep in Indian territory, inside the red zone and down near the 10. So just like that.
How many yards does Caleb Medford have, Todd Travis? He's got to be pushing 200. He's a little gimpy getting up as he gets the football. Now he's going to have to check out of the game. He came down on that shoulder.
He sure did.
Yeah, he's checking out. So let's see if Jacksonville with a new quarterback in there can wreak some havoc and maybe cause a turnover of some kind right here.
I've got 144 for
144. Okay, I was way off. New quarterback in for Henderson.
It's going to be Colin Everett. He's going to hand off.
Strip it.
Jacksonville going for the strip. Nice stop.
Really sealed the edge. A good job that time.
As they got Kevin Fields bottled up that time.
Yeah, I really like the job there by Jacob Huddleston, who turned the play back into the teeth of the defense. And Hinojosa, the junior coming up from the JV this week, also making the play from his linebacker position. So about a 2-yard gain for Fields. Football at the Jacksonville 14, 2nd and 8.
8:50 and counting. Everett takes the snap, hands it off. This time it's going to be a touchdown as Elijah Jones rumbles.
Elijah Jones, the 220-pound fullback, comes in and gets the score from 14 yards. And Henderson about to click 60 on the scoreboard if they get this extra point to push it out to a 3-score lead with 8:37 remaining in the ball game. My.
Extra points are brought to you by Homes and Properties Realty all season long. That one is good. So with 8:37 to go here in the fourth, our score, the Henderson Lions 60 and the Fighting Indians 40. We'll be back in 45 seconds. This is Fighting Indian Football on JHS-sports.com.
Since 1953, Hubert Glass Oil has been serving East Texans the finest automotive fuels and lubricants. Hubert Glass Oil Company, the clear solution for your business.
The honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich is delicious. It's got that barbecue flavor, the cheese melts on top with that Texas toast. You look at it, your mouth starts watering. It's my go-to sandwich. The honey barbecue chicken strip sandwich, that's my all-time favorite.
Hi, I'm Matt Montgomery. For the past 37 years, I've been helping people just like you get their financial ducks in a row. I'm a registered investment advisor and chartered financial consultant. We do portfolio management and comprehensive financial planning. Give me a call for a free consultation.
We are back live here. 8:37 to go, fourth quarter at the historic Tomato Bowl. Jacksonville once again facing a 3-score deficit. Henderson leading 60-40, 100 combined points, guys, in a game, Matt, that just really gotten out of hand. No, I said that before.
Yeah, I mean, in a hurry. I mean, if you don't get any kind of defensive stops, you give up those 40-yard gashing runs. It doesn't take very long.
So it's a pop-up kick to the far side of the field.
Kennedy.
Fielded over there by Kennedy. Short return for him before he's knocked out of bounds.
Henderson looked like they thought that he called fair catch. Casey Kennedy, they thought he saw him waving his arm, and he did not. I mean, he caught the ball high over his head, and like he was catching a fly ball in the outfield. And I guess they thought so they kind of stopped, and he got up the field a little bit. So with 8:32 remaining, 60-40, basically a high school basketball score. Crazy. I mean, just Point City tonight, guys.
8:32 to go. I mean, plenty of football here, Matt, but some things have got to change in a big way for the Fighting Indians. Man in motion, but the handoff is to Tatum, and he's got lots of room to run. He takes it out to the right side, and he's got first down yardage for another Bill McCray Ford, built Ford tough first down.
Tackle made by number 15, Tobias Jackson.
I mean, you're down 3 scores in 8 minutes. Guess what? That's what Jacksonville did last week. They had 3 scores in the last 7.5 minutes of the ballgame. Can you do it again?
Quality of the opponent that you'd have to do it against is a little bit improved.
It's a little different, isn't it?
Yeah.
But they've hung 40. They got 40 on them.
Yes, they have.
Yeah.
So now, Clater. Oh, as he tries to pitch it on the jet sweep, loses the handle, and Henderson gets the ball.
Yeah, but it's incomplete.
Well, they're going to say, yeah, he did. He pitched it straight forward. So good spot, guys. They're going to call it an incomplete forward pass.
Well, I tell you, Henderson.
It's a good thing he tried to pitch that rather than hand it off.
Henderson they didn't bring just the house. They brought my house, your house, Todd's house. They brought everybody. Wow.
Hugh Laurie as Dr. House.
Yes.
Going back a little ways with that one, but.
Never watched that show. Was it good?
It was a pretty good one.
Was it?
Yeah. Very unconventional type of a Dr. House.
So
that's one way to describe it.
Yeah.
Incomplete. Second down, 10 to go. Stops the clock with 8:16 remaining in the game. Jacksonville down 3 scores.
2 receivers left, 1 right. Clater looking left.
That play messed up.
Throwing and incomplete.
Wow, Henderson blew that one up big time.
Yeah, they did.
We were lucky that was not intercepted.
And the play clock was at 0 when that ball was snapped.
10 yards to go.
Did y'all see that?
Yep.
They didn't. I mean, so now here's another Jacksonville player coming out of the ball game with his helmet off. Aiden Gay. Really?
That's 4, I think, Matt. If I
just can't believe these guys' heads are that small with the helmets just popping off of it, like, with contact. I mean, Henderson's got to have something to do with that. Well, we know they do. They've already been penalized twice for purposely ripping the helmet off.
I don't think these guys are, like Willie Mays that just wear the helmet too big to make them look faster.
No. Look out.
Patrick Clater under all kinds of pressure, and he goes down.
Blitz, outside linebacker coming on the edge. Elijah Jones had that last touchdown run, also doing it defensively. Henderson does have several young men going both ways as Aiden Gay, the 260-pound sophomore, had checked in, but now the Indians are going to send their punt unit out. Preston Chandler, the deep snapper for Jacksonville. We'll check that. It looks like that's someone I do not have on my roster. Number 32.
Chris Carpenter.
I don't have a 32 on my roster.
Back deep for the Lions, number 14, Pedro Garza.
Neither do I.
So he's the deep snapper, whoever he is, number 32.
Let's see if Carpenter can get away a good punt. He's under some pressure. He gets away a nice one, though.
Yeah.
It'll hop out of bounds inside the Lion 30, so not bad at all.
You know, I can't believe I'm saying this, but now I just don't want Henderson to get 70. I mean, I'm just like, come on. I mean, that's just going into the bye week like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it just starts messing with your head. So, you know, if you could get a couple of scores here, and you may not get the 3 to win it. But you know what they say, coffee's for closers, you know?
That's right.
And Henderson has definitely done some closing in this second half.
So a handoff.
Look at this.
And it's
chop it, chop the arm. Big
deep
run.
into Jacksonville territory, almost the 20 on that run.
About a 48-yard run, 49, 50 maybe. Gallegos, I thought Gallegos was going to, he started swinging that arm because he was chasing him from behind.
That's Bussy.
52 on, boy, 51 on that one,
51.
51, yeah, I knew it was around 50, so it's to the Jacksonville 21. And it's, I mean, defensively, Jacksonville they can't stop me right now. Kenny Kennedy's going to take a timeout. He sees it too.
So 6:14 to go here. We'll step away for 45 seconds. This is Fighting Indian Football on JHS-sports.com.
Gene Brumlow, class of 66, and his daughter Ann Farmer proudly support Jacksonville athletics. Come on over to the South Jackson Dairy Queen and get one of their world-famous blizzards. Dairy Queen, where happy tastes good.
Tonight's game statistics are sponsored by Randy Gorham, CPA. Randy Gorham, CPA, the source for your accounting and income tax needs since 1984. Since 2004, Legends Old Time Burger Cafe has been the home of Jacksonville's best old-fashioned hamburgers. Hand-battered chicken strips, chicken fried steak, fries, and onion rings are the best around. Legends, home of Jacksonville's best old-fashioned hamburger.
Welcome back to the historic Tomato Bowl, downtown Jacksonville. 6:14 to go, fourth quarter. Henderson up 60-40 and driving. And so a handoff, left side running, and it'll be a touchdown. Nobody, there's a late flag. Nobody touches Walker as he walks in, but a late flag. Matt, did you see anything down there?
No, I didn't. I just saw him going into the end zone from 21 yards out, basically untouched, right to the teeth of the defense. And, I mean, there's nobody more frustrated than Kenny Kennedy right now. These guys have they're gassed. What can I say? It's almost like they're just letting them score. That's what it feels like. So here's the call.
Personal foul. Offense number 18.
Wow.
15-yard penalty from the spot of the foul.
Offensive personal foul.
So from the spot of the foul, take the touchdown off the board.
Yeah, that's going to go against Cordarius Grange. Not exactly sure what he did.
Well, I'll tell you what, Phil Castles is a great coach, but I would say that he is a very undisciplined team right now. They are making some serious. I mean, it's so different than Carthage 2 weeks ago here. They were flawless. Even when they had the big lead, they still didn't make mistakes. Henderson just, I don't know, I mean, I'm not being critical. I guess I am being critical. They just play sloppy, and they don't play very clean, as coaches like to say. They're a good football team. There's no doubt about it. They clean some of this stuff up, they can go places. 1st and 5.
So now, run up the middle.
Quarterback. New quarterback.
As Everett will take it. Down to about the Indian 12.
Yeah, we will not see Medford for the rest of the game. I'm looking over there, and he's got an ice bag around his shoulder, it looked like. So Corey McCullough will check in for a limping Casey Kennedy, who looks like he's been in a war tonight. Limping noticeably coming off the field.
So Everett takes the snap. He'll hand it off. Jacksonville.
Now that's the way to tackle.
This one and knocks him down in the backfield.
Jordan Hicks.
That's Walker.
First to get there. Corey McCullough and Hinojosa. Dominic Hinojosa coming in as well. So we go under 5 minutes to play, and this game has suddenly turned into from something that was just so exciting in the third quarter to now it's just kind of like, shoot me now, shoot me and get this over with. Got to keep playing.
So Everett hands off to Fields, who runs up the middle and inside the 5. Finally tripped up at about the 4. As Henderson just continues.
Number 8, Kevin Fields.
Well, they'll actually spot him back at the 5. But they just continue to really exert their dominance, especially in the middle of that Indian defensive line.
Now Kevin Hernandez will come in and try to add a little bit of fresh legs in there as host Josu Lopez checks out.
Go down under 4 minutes. First and goal from the 5 now, as Everett will keep and Everett will score.
So Henderson,
number 10, Colin
another
Everett,
score,
in for a Lions
66-40. Ugh. Oh, man.
On to attempt
And to make matters worse for you, Matt, being an Aggie, the Henderson fight song is the same tune as Texas Fight. You've had to hear that thing all night, so I'm sorry.
Aaron.
I'm sorry.
Thanks, Aaron.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
I was getting sick of it.
I feel like I've eaten 3 bad burritos.
The extra point is good, brought to you by Homes and Properties Realty. 3:50 to go here. Our score now, Henderson 67, the Indians 40.
Yeah, this is just, just the turn of this game was so fast.
Yeah,
it was, think about this. With 8 minutes to go in the third, it's 37-34 Henderson.
Yeah.
Wow. You talk about the wheels falling off, man.
This kickoff is brought to you by Bill McRae Ford.
So next week, Fighting Indians catch the bye week, and then it's to Dragon Stadium to face Nacogdoches. Dragons play tomorrow night at Robert E. Lee.
Kicking off for the Lions.
Rose Stadium on Saturday night, kickoff at 7. Kurt Traylor getting it done at Robert E. Lee. How about those Red Raiders? Former Jacksonville coach and Gilmer coach Kurt Traylor, Jeff's brother. 2-0. Just really, they wore their rival out last week.
They did.
John Tyler, 34-7.
They did, and then of course John Tyler getting shut out on national TV last night. However, they picked off. Sorry to do this to you, Matt, but they picked off A&M commit Haynes Kink 3 times.
So, Aaron, are you what's the deal, man?
Yeah, no.
Are you just rubbing in the A&M stuff?
I don't even mean to be piling on now, Matt, but that's
okay. I can take it.
That was not a good showing for Rickland Holmes and his Lions on
Look
national
out.
TV. Look at this return, though. Lots of room to run. And
went the wrong way. If he comes toward that sideline, Aaron, the Jacksonville sideline's Chris Carpenter on the return.
Yeah, he takes it out over the 35, but you're right, Matt.
He may score.
Yeah, he cuts that this way to the sideline. And
for some reason, he ran back toward the middle of the field in the teeth of the defense. I guess he saw something I didn't see. Of course, it's easy for me to say. Chris Carpenter has done everything tonight he can but sell popcorn, and he's extremely tired right now. His pants, looking at his pants, they're completely wet. It's like he just got out of the shower. That's how much he's perspired. So here's Jacksonville, Patrick Clater First down with 3:43 remaining in the fourth quarter. Football is at the Jacksonville 32.
So Gibson will go in motion from the left side slot. The handoff straight ahead to Richardson. Gain of
Hinojosa.
Check that Hinojosa. Yeah. Gain of about 3 there.
Dominic.
That's going to be
Hinojosa.
Short game, second down.
Jakari Hamlet. 21 is going to be.
Oh, that's Hamlet. Excuse me.
Hinojosa's number 20.
Yes, got that wrong. I apologize. That is Jakari.
Yeah. PA announcer Chip Pittman all over that one.
So Hamlet with the carry for 1. Henderson still has, of course, they don't have a lot of depth. They still have their 1s in there.
2 right, 1 left. Now man in motion right
Gibson.
to left. Gibson gets the handoff on the jet sweep and gets nothing as he tries to turn the corner.
Tyrese Gibson, the ball carrier. Tackle made by number 24.
So it looks like Wayne Coleman is, I'm not saying he's just trying to get out of here, but, you know, these are the kind of games right here where it's 2:40, you're down 3 scores. You want to go into the bye week, you want to heal up. The real season starts in 2 weeks down in Nacogdoches.
That's right.
And you want to make sure that you don't have one of those late game injuries that affects your season. That is something Jacksonville has been really blessed with. Of course, before I say that, there's 2:23 and counting. I'm not a superstitious person. I don't believe in that.
Just a little stitious?
No, I'm not superstitious at all. I really am not. I'm wearing 2 number 13s underneath my shirt here.
On Friday the 13th with the full moon, so you're not worried about that.
Pass intended for number 8, Tyrese Gibson.
Is it somebody's birthday?
Must be.
So 4th and 11.
Look like
House party checks in.
One of the cheerleaders.
Yep. Carpenter will run back and punt this one. And now if you're Jacksonville, you know what the goal is now, don't you? You can't let him score with this last 2:01 and get 70. Ugh. Please, no. And you know Henderson's wanting to do that.
End over end will hit about the 40 and be down just inside the 40, where Henderson will take over with 1:56 to go.
Now Shirley here, and I'm sorry for calling you Shirley, but Henderson won't put the ball in the air. They'll just run a couple plays, and gosh, Jacksonville, you still got to tackle, man. I mean, you haven't done it all night.
Yeah, running a couple of plays for Henderson could lead to a touchdown. We've seen that all night.
And I say they haven't done it all night, and they have had some stops. Jacksonville's made some plays defensively. They just didn't make them when they needed to. And I tell you, it's the big plays, the long runs that have hurt Jacksonville more than anything tonight, giving up big plays, which when you look at 67 points, that's what it sounds like. And Henderson's going to do the nice thing and just take a knee.
Few knees, and that will do it. So, guys, not how you want to go into the bye week.
Not at all.
But,
I mean, you had the big win last week against Palestine, and, you know, just as late as, 5 minutes to go in the third, you were still like, this thing's good. I mean, come on. You're playing them.
The question up here is, why is the clock stopped?
Oh, my gosh. Rodney! Rodney! Or is it Raydell? It's one of them.
Who's down there? Can't tell. Handoff this time, and
look out.
He gets away, and he takes it back to the left side, and all kinds of room to run. And another huge first down run. That is going to be Jones again. And he was trying to run to the right side, and the Indians had that sealed off, so he just hit the brakes and went the other way, Matt.
Well, once again, it's not finishing the tackle, and it was Avante Holloway for Jacksonville. He had Jones wrapped up. I mean, he had him in the backfield wrapped up, and he didn't pull him down. Just physically was unable to finish the tackle, and of course Jones goes for a mile. So now Henderson surely will take a knee here. and hopefully our clock keeper will keep the clock running. I have no idea why he stopped it a minute ago.
109 and counting. There's the kneel down. So they'll have to do it one more time, and mercifully, that'll be the end of this one.
All I can say is, wow, guys, very disheartening the way this thing finished for Jacksonville. It just, as you know, we've said this phrase over and over, and it's just so apropos. It just got away from them. But, of course, Henderson had a lot to do with that getting away from him, too.
There's the final kneel down, and that will do it. So Henderson will spoil the homecoming party with a big road win here at Tomato Bowl, and Jacksonville will get ready to go into the bye week, put in the extra work before District 9-5A Division II play kicks off in 2 weeks down at Dragon Stadium.
All right, guys, let's hand out some stuff here. First of all, let's hand out our Bone Crusher hit of the game, sponsored by Dar Chiropractic. If your body needs an adjustment, call Dr. Darwin Dar, your hometown chiropractor. Man, I went there yesterday. I feel great today. Great job done by Dr. Darwin Dar. He'll fix you up. Our Bone Crusher hit of the game, Stephen Gallegos, with a beautiful, one of the few form tackles that I saw Jacksonville do tonight defensively when he hit Fields there in that second quarter. The Jacksonville offensive player of the game, Patrick Clater. We'll get the stats from Todd in a moment, but he had a lot of rushing yards tonight, did Patrick Clater, in addition to the touchdown passes. Nice job by Patrick Clater. The Austin Bank offensive player of the game. Austin Bank is your community bank, locally owned and operated since 1900. The Austin Bank defensive player of the game goes to junior Bryson Tatum. Good to see him back, as Tatum only played about 10 plays last week against Palestine, and he got back, and good to see him back. He is the Austin Bank defensive player of the game. Now for the play of the game. The play of the game is sponsored by Congratulations. Not only does Congratulations provide a weekly award to each player, appreciate Jay Neal putting that in the Jacksonville Daily Progress each week for the play of the game, but they're also the folks who printed those fantastic large format prints that you see up in the foyer at the Tomato Bowl. Folks, Congratulations can print just about anything you can imagine on glass, metal, wood, and tile.
Coffee cups.
Everything.
I've got one, I know.
Yeah.
It's great.
So Congratulations is your hometown awards and engraving store. And folks, they're a lot more than that. So we appreciate them sponsoring our play of the game, and that is the option pass from Chris Carpenter to Jalen Freeney. And not only was it a nice throw by Carpenter on the jet sweep, faking that and pulling up and throwing it, but Jalen Freeney made a heck of a catch in the end zone, going up and getting it. So there you go, the Congratulations play of the game. Chris Carpenter, the throw on the jet sweep fake to Freeney in the end zone. Jacksonville High School band now playing the alma mater. Wayne Coleman will visit with this team, and then we'll have our All Smiles post-game interview with him. And then Todd Travis will be along to close us out with statistics brought to you by Randy Gorham, your source for accounting and income tax needs since 1984. So Wayne Coleman now gathers his crew as the homecoming spoil, the class of 1967, Gene Brumlow, one of our sponsors with Dairy Queen, his class reunion, not so good. So Wayne Coleman now has his team gathered up, as I do see some Fighting Indians kind of beat up a little bit, guys, limping around a little bit, particularly Casey Kennedy with that ankle. So we'll get Wayne Coleman's comments in a moment. Todd, if you want to start on the stats, you're welcome to it.
We'll go ahead and start breaking those down. As you said, Matt, the post-game stats are brought to you by Randy Gorham, CPA. He has been your source for accounting and income tax needs here in Jacksonville since 1984. And Todd, not the way you want a homecoming game to go. Lots of scoring, though. Lots of numbers to go through. How did we get there?
Our Indians finished the game with 60 plays on offense, 320 yards. They had 237 yards passing and 83 yards rushing. Our quarterback, Patrick Clater, finished with 10 completions on 21 attempts for 208 yards with 3 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. Our leading rusher was Richardson with 15 carries for 37, and Patrick Clater had 12 carries for 26 yards.
Of course, a lot of those he had some losses too that went against a lot of his rushing yards, right, Todd?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
I need to look, I guess, as the sack, because he had a couple pretty long,
he
deep
had
sacks.
Some
Did
big
that
sacks.
count against him? Or
Yeah, that would.
I think so, because, he had several nice runs. He would have had more yards than that. And leading receiver tonight, Jalen Freeney, 4 catches for 126 yards and 2 touchdowns. And Carpenter finished with 5 catches, 71 yards, and 1 touchdown. If you're going to look at the line stats, Henderson finished with 632 yards of offense on 49 plays.
Good grief.
Wow.
91 yards passing and 541 yards rushing.
Goodness gracious.
And they shared the ball rushing. You had 6 different guys carry the ball. The leading rusher was their quarterback, Medford, 9 carries for 144 yards. Kevin Fields had 11 carries for 135. Bussey had 6 carries for 116. So they finished with 3 guys over 100 yards rushing for the game.
Yeah, it's hard to win against an attack like that. So Jacksonville will regroup, and Matt, we may be waiting a little bit longer than usual for the All Smiles postgame interview because Wayne Coleman's going to have a lot he wants to say.
Well, he's
to
just
his team.
You know, he's coaching. He's coaching right now. He's doing a little psychology. I mean, you know, these are times when you don't jump your team. You don't tell them how bad they played. You know, this is, you know, if you win the game, that's when you do that. That's when you get on them and say, hey, here's what we need to work on. You know, with this kind of a loss right here, this is where you really got to reach down and get into your experience, which Wayne Coleman has over 30 years of coaching experience. He's been here before. He knows how to deal with these kinds of situations. And, look, it's not like this was that game against College Station where it was like, you know, my goodness, there's no way you're going to beat those guys. They won the state championship in that playoff game a few years ago. But, I mean, this game, you were in it with about 5 minutes to go in the third quarter when the wheels fell off the truck. So these are things that you got to go back and look at film, and particularly you got to look at your technique. And I know that's something Kenny Kennedy is really frustrated with right now. You can put players in position as a coach. You can have them there and you can call the right defenses, but they have to execute. The players got to make the plays. Coaches can't tackle. Players tackle. And all you can do is put them in position to make the play, and if they don't, they don't. And that's what we saw tonight. Just bad tackling.
You're right. We were in position time after
We
time.
had so many,
Lots
we
of
had so
plays,
many.
even behind the line of scrimmage, at the line of scrimmage, and just.
Well, just a good example was the Avante Holloway a moment ago when he had the big kid Jones. He had him wrapped up. He was pulling him down, and he just kind of just relaxed a little bit. Did Avante? He thought he had him. He's
Probably
like,
thought he had him. Yeah,
I got you. And the guy just broke loose and ran for 35 yards. So those are the kind of, you got to finish, and that's one thing that I noticed that the great teams do when they're tackling. The Gilmers, the Carthages, and I'll throw Henderson in there too. They finish the tackle, and that's something that you're going to have to do. So Wayne Coleman now breaks up with his team, and we'll get his comments here. Going over. Coach Coleman, man, this game here just got away from you. We were talking about it. It's 37-34 with about 8 minutes to go in the third quarter, and and then all of a sudden the wheels fell off.
It's a momentum game, and they were pretty much unstoppable on offense all night, and we had to, get some breaks, and we got a turnover that helped us get back right there in the game and got the touchdown and closed the gap a little bit, and then I can't remember, a safety or something, you know. So there's about a bad 3 minutes there.
Yeah, and a lot of times that's what turns high school football, any ball game, but mainly high school football games can turn around in a hurry like that. The safety is that's when things started happening, because then they got the short field at the 29. They score like in 2 plays. So that was really what turned it around. Coach, defensively, we talked about this. Henderson, a great running football team. Coach, they ran for over 500 yards. It seemed like defensively your guys are in position to make the play. We were talking about that a minute ago. They seem like they're in position to make the play. Some of them just not finishing. Like Avante a minute ago, he had the guy, he was pulling him down, and that's sometimes they just got to learn how to finish those tackles.
You do. You just if you're physically outmatched, you got to figure out how to get a guy down, and you know there's hawk tackling and some different tackling techniques that our kids work, and but it's you get a big strong athlete in the open field.
Yeah.
You know sometimes you're physically outmatched, but. I'm more concerned. I'm concerned about missed tackles. I'm more concerned about when there's nobody there at the point of attack. Are we lining up wrong? Is somebody running the stunt the wrong direction? So we got to get that stuff fixed.
Coach, offensively, you did some really good things tonight. You ran the ball well again. I mean, Aaron had his 60-plus yards. He had a good running game. I can't remember exactly how many yards he had. But you ran the ball well, and Patrick had over 200 yards passing.
Yeah, we're clicking right now on offense. I really don't want to run Patrick that much, but he opens up the rest of the run game when he does. So,
I mean, you score 40 points. You think, man, that's a pretty good amount of points.
Henderson doesn't give up 40 points to very many people.
Yeah.
In fact, they already had at least one shutout this year. So,
Pleasant Grove scored 40 on them last week, and you scored 40. They're the number 1 team in 4A.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we did all right offensively. We just got to get some things fixed, on the other side of the ball right now.
Going into the bye week, Coach, what do you want to get accomplished besides getting some things, nicks and bruises healed up?
Yeah, I just want to get healthy and get in the film room with the kids, evaluate some personnel. Do we have some kids in the wrong position? If a kid makes the same mistake over and over and over, he's proven that he can't do that job, or if, are we calling the wrong defensive alignments, for our kids? Is there a better position we can put them in?
Finally, Coach, just to kind of summarize these 3 non-district ball games, it's hard to judge that first game, Carthage, oh my goodness, and then the big come-from-behind emotional win last week, and then tonight you had a heck of a 3.5 quarters, or 2.5 quarters, I should say. What's your overall assessment for these first 3 games going into district?
Pleasantly surprised, I guess, how the offense is moving along right now. I don't want to jinx them, but they're doing some good stuff. The offensive line is made tremendous gains.
Starting to come on.
Yeah, they are. We had a couple pass protection breakdowns there in the second half, but I'm really proud of that offensive line. That's something I'm proud of. And, it's obvious stuff we got to fix on our run defense right now.
Yeah, that seems to be the thing is that, again, as we talked about during the broadcast, and you just mentioned, you're more worried about if kids aren't there to make the play. They are. They just got to finish.
Yeah, and so what's the deal? We got to get some different kids in there and get them a look. You can't just keep letting the same kid make mistakes, and we got to. Is there another kid? Is there a kid on the JV?
Yeah.
I mean, we got 2 weeks, so let's get our eyes open and let's look around and see what we got.
Coach, appreciate you always visiting with us, and good luck in the bye week, getting everybody healed up, and we'll see you in Nacogdoches.
Thanks, Matt.
Head coach Wayne Coleman in the All Smiles postgame interview. Thank you to Dr. Larry Folden, Dylan Rutherford, and Dr. Brad Westbrook for sponsoring all of our conversations with head coach and athletic director Wayne Coleman. Aaron, Todd, throw it back up to you guys.
That'll do it from this Week 3 matchup. Homecoming, not quite the outcome Jacksonville would have wanted, but going into the bye week, relatively healthy and a chance to get healthier and get a little bit sharper. In 2 weeks, it is Jacksonville and Nacogdoches to kick off District 9-5A Division II play. Until then, this is Aaron Swink for Matt Montgomery, Todd Travis, and Ryan Travis saying thanks for listening to Fighting Indian Football on JHS-Sports.com. Good night.